Good morning.
Good morning. How are you today?
I'm having a good day today for a change.
Well, how
Aren't you,
you
Husha?
were having a good day last week too.
Yeah, that's true. You know what? I always have good days on Sabbath. I see all of you, and that's wonderful.
Of
Hey,
course.
Brother Levi.
Hi, Levi.
Wow, you've grown your beard a lot longer. That's cool looking.
Hello, everyone.
Hello. I'm hoping Sister Sarah can join us today.
Oh, that would be great. There's Roz coming in.
She's finally got a full-time job, and she's off every Sabbath.
Yes, isn't that great?
So good.
Yes.
Shabbat shalom, everybody.
Shalom.
Shalom.
How y'all doing this week?
Great. Where's Sister Sandra?
Yes.
She always beats us.
Yeah, we need her. Where is she? JJ said she's going to try and check in today. So continue to pray for her that she will be able to find a job to where, she says, I'm just not supposed to be working here on the Shabbat. So just, continue to pray for her that Yahuwah will provide that need. And
well, she can take in something. There's a paper that she could bring in. And because I had to do that when I was working at a furniture place, they were making me work every Sabbath. Mm-hmm. And then I brought the paper in, and then I was able to be off on Sabbath.
Well, I will let her reach out to you if
There's Sister Sandra.
Good morning, Sandra.
Where's work?
Well, the thing about that.
Good morning, family.
Good morning, Sister Sandra.
Good morning, Sandra.
The paper is good and it's legal.
Yeah.
And I know what paper you're referring to, but you see, the employers don't have to say they're firing you because of your beliefs. They can say, well, you didn't meet muster this past week, so we're going to let you go and find somebody that can work with Sabbath. They can do that to you. It's scary.
Mm-hmm.
Sister Sarah had to quit her job and just find another one.
Right. And this day and time, but that's the way it has to be. We choose who we serve, right? And we choose to serve Yahuwah. So praise him.
And he guides us into all truths.
Yes, he does.
Hallelujah.
Yes, he does. Have you had Miss Sandra? Oh, I'm sorry. I interrupted you, Phyllis.
No. Somebody was talking. I was just going to talk.
When we're in a place like that and they don't do what the Father wants them to do, just like Pharaoh, he hardens their heart, but there's a reason behind it. They're going to get judgment at some point.
Mm-hmm.
So that we get put into places like that, and they get, the Father takes care of it.
Yes, he does.
So.
If I wanted to just share a little bit about, I don't know how many of you know Sister Ann Claudia, or Sister Claudia Ann. F.M. Chandler and Claudia Ann, years ago, I should find out, he's probably watching, years ago, maybe 5 or so, I don't know how long, she went into the hospital with some condition and contracted something in the hospital, and she is just, she's been in the hospital bed ever since then. For years she's been in the bed, but she's getting better, and she's back in the hospital. She comes home, but she's in a hospital bed at home, and she went in the hospital recently with different things because she's got wires everywhere. So just pray for her. Hi, Brother Chance. Just
Hey.
keep her in your thoughts, please.
We will. Shalom, Chance.
Hi, beloved Kadashim. Nice to see your faces.
Shabbat shalom.
Yours too.
What did you call us?
Kadashim.
Oh, sorry.
Phyllis, what else did you see on those photos last night? Did you see
Oh,
the arches that were red and blue?
Yeah.
Yeah.
What photos are you talking about?
The ones that were on the show last night.
Oh, yes, absolutely.
Yeah. And then there were some more white spots on there that I believe had to do with it as well.
The white spots may be related to two messengers that Sister Pamela saw walking past them, and they just walked past them. And when they walked on up to the mountain, and then they just left those two white spots hovering in the air where they were.
Yeah, but this was also on the rock too. So.
No, I'm not familiar with the white spots on the rock. There was a white spot in the tree, square, a glowing square in the tree, but I don't know about the white spots on the rock.
Yeah, they were to the left. I screenshotted it, and there was a lot in there, huh?
Screen share.
Yeah. I don't know how to do that on here.
Well, maybe Brother Mark will. Maybe, but what did you all think about the I can't think of the word. Father, what's the word? The light from life compared to the light that you saw on that mountain. Have you all seen those pictures? Brother Mark did that. You all saw it last night, didn't you?
Yes.
I forgot we saw the whole thing last night. I was just remembering when he was talking to me. But what was I saying? Oh, the light. That light that was so white and glowing and brighter than bright. And then the pictures of the so-called zinc flash around the embryo. It was the same thing. I felt it. I know it was the same thing.
Yes. Amazing. But I do agree with everyone that we do need to go with Mark on the next trip there. We all need to go together.
Sandra can drive.
Yeah, we can let Sandra drive.
Levi's already in his car. Let's just pile in.
Right?
So, Roz, what did you think those two white spots?
I wasn't sure. I'm going to have to look at it more with it. But in the tree itself, around the gold box, there were many, many, many faces behind it. On the side of it, on the top of it, underneath it, there was faces all over it.
Sister Roz, I just want to mention that you're glowing today.
Oh, really?
You look very, very pretty.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. I appreciate that. This morning, every conversation that I bring up in the household, they don't want to hear the names or think of it as preaching or anything like that. And even if I just bring up something, they think of it as preaching, even if it's not even coming up into scripture. And I said, I let y'all speak what you're saying. I said, but you don't ever let me speak what I'm saying. And so it's a constant battle all the time with it. So, but
that's wrong, sister. That's wrong for the battle to be there. Only speak when Yahushua tells you to speak. And he won't have you speak if they're going to turn around and attack you for it. Be careful.
Yeah. But I wasn't even speaking on that. I was just brought up something, you know, else. And it's like everything that I say.
Then apparently these people are too toxic for you to speak to. They're toxic. You don't want to talk to toxic people.
Yeah. But I did get something last night from it, that even if they're not with, because when Mark said that no matter whether they're with the Father Yahuwah or not, he still treats them well. And he'll give them a good life now, because this is family.
Oh,
And
thank you for bringing that up, Roz. Yes, he said everybody that has that light inside of them. That means you're speaking to someone that has the ruach. So maybe I should have not said that. I'm sorry.
but they, he's there with them, and it's them that leaves him. Anybody, when they, the Father never leaves us. And but it gave me hope, with the fact that they at least will see something good, and maybe that something good will end up bringing them towards the Father, because nothing happens in this world without him. So but it's still hard to see people going down on a no exit, hitting the dead end, you know what I mean, the back end of a closed off street.
Roz, I always like when you speak, you always give me this like encouragement. I always get pressed with something. Speaking truth like that in the names, I always do that as like a shield, because in this place in the nation where I'm at, a lot of the conversations get directed toward a lot of filth and uncleanliness and evil, the conversations. So when I bring it back to Yahuwah Yahusha, it kind of gives life to the conversation in a good direction, because I don't want to talk about, for example, I just was hit with, guns and bullets and hunting, and this round does this, and this bullet carries this much velocity and it can go through this. And I'm like, whoa, 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 Yahuwah Yahusha. Let's talk about that. I don't want to talk about how cool your rifle is here, bro, because I'm sorry, I just don't do that anymore. I don't want to talk about guns and violence. I'm talking about trying to save, let's get back to the light. But
Did you tell
that's
him
what
that? Did you tell him that you don't need a gun like that because your Father is your big gun? That's
well,
what I've told him.
I'm trying to get him to, I pray to Yahusha all the time that he will be immersed and that he will come into the light and separate from the world. And he's still he needs to repent, and come out of that stuff. He's still in the God and Lord stuff, and he's caught in that delusional state there. And just keep praying for his deliverance and salvation, and that Yahusha, our master, will have some compassion on him and give him a repentant heart so he can learn and understand. But I'll be talking to him and I'll be reading scripture, and then he'll I could see the moment when it goes right off into worldly stuff. And then something that always sticks out to me is the lamp of the body is the eye. If your eye is good, your body is enlightened. If your eye is bad, your body's darkened. And perhaps this speaks about how we perceive the world. When we leave our house and go to the storehouse, how do we look at the world? Is it darkened? Are you worried about protecting yourself and pulling out trying to defend yourself, and you got this and this and your body's all consumed in that darkness? Or are you trying to be a guiding light of truth? So I just, yeah.
In pictures I've seen where people will have like a white, and some people will say, oh, well, that's the flash. No, it's not the flash. If you're taking a picture and it's not to where the flash hits the eye, you can see white on their pupil, and it's as though it's been carved out. There's no life looking with it at all. It'll be it'll just be, it doesn't glow. It's just a flat paint, doesn't have any shine to it. That's how these pupils are. Well, then you can see that I've seen it one time, and there was a picture of a man, and this was people that were for Yahuwah, and one man out of 10 had eyes that were like stars, and it was amazing. And it wasn't that because if it was just the flash, it would have been in everybody's eyes. It was only in that one person. So one person out of 10 was so into Yahuwah that it was just amazing, and his eyes just sparkled, and it was a beautiful thing. I haven't, it doesn't always show up in pictures, but it's, a lot of things do show up in pictures, just like with Mark's pictures that he took over there by the Los Lunos. So
I love those testimonies and witnesses. They always, I feel a great heat, a presence come over me when I'm looking at that stuff. It's the steam of Yahuwah, and that's just all things Yahuwah bring such joy to my heart.
Yeah. When I saw that and I realized that was the Ruach glowing, and I realized that I had that same in me, I thought I was just going to go ahead and join him right there and then.
It was definitely beautiful. And the fact, I would have loved to have seen it, but I believe it wholeheartedly about it going and coming forward, and it's just like, I could just picture it.
Well, he did show you. He showed you.
Yeah, no, but I mean, y'all said you saw it
in person.
move.
I didn't see it move. Lou said he saw it move.
Mm-hmm. Well, the Father has his hand in everything, even if it's a camera or the film or the picture. He's got his hand in everything. He can change anything. So that's why we're not supposed to box him in.
Well, I'm excited because I heard Brother Mark say we're not through with John yet. He says, apparently we're not through with John chapter 1 yet.
Phyllis, I agree with you. I don't think I'll ever be through with that chapter or any of it. I'll always be a babe to Yahuwah. I never want to be stuck not learning anymore, because there's always something to learn. He is so rich in depth. This many-sided wisdom of Yahuwah is so amazing.
It just makes you think and wish for the other people to have it, that they would come and have the same love of Yahuwah. But so many don't. Their hearts have grown cold.
It's what makes you think, are we in the prophecy of the falling away? Many are falling away, getting turned to strange winds of teaching,
Yeah. Well, it could also be that he has to take them down so far to bring them back up, and that's very much the things that the Father does.
Remember, Brother Mark said that there's a lot of people that were created just for destruction. That's something I had trouble wrapping my head around, but
yeah, but he also said that there was multitudes that were going to be saved too. And that's what I always think about, is the multitudes that are going to be saved. I try not to think about the destruction part.
Shabbat shalom.
Hey, Shabbat Shalom.
Shabbat Shalom.
Shalom.
Hello.
Shabbat shalom, beautiful people. I love you. You all look warm and toasty.
Yeah, it's a bit cooler here now, but it's beautiful.
Oh, it does look beautiful.
It's pretty cold now.
It's chilly.
It's cold enough for like some thin sweaters, but it's really nice. It's very sunny. Yeah, we'll only be on video for the first little bit for about 2 hours, and then we'll be leaving, so don't be alarmed when we leave.
Okay.
Y'all are in Nova Scotia?
No, in a place called Prince Edward County
Okay.
in Ontario. Yeah. It's like 2 hours north of Toronto. Oh, not north, sorry, east of Toronto.
Did I ever give you Brother Daoud in, I forget where he is, Nova Scotia phone number?
No, you didn't.
Would you care to give him a call? Maybe Oz would like to give him a call because he's very lonely. He's an older man and he paints and he's sick right now.
Oh, okay.
So I was wondering if I send you his number, if Oz could send him a text and see if he'd like to communicate. Oh, Brother
He
Mark's
might,
here.
but Nova Scotia is also very far from us.
Oh, well, then never mind. I won't.
Like it's like a couple days. Well,
Shabbat shalom, everybody.
Good
Shabbat
morning.
shalom.
Good morning.
Shabbat
Good
shalom.
morning. Good morning. All right, let's check our mics. Keep control of the situation. Yeah, I see. We got 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 people. We got 2 openings here. Anybody else wants to come on? Fill this up would be nice for a change. All right. We're back into Genesis this morning and this afternoon, and we're gonna be here at chapter 4 and see if we can get through about 4 or 5 of these chapters today. Yeah. So we left off last week. It was quite overwhelming in a way. But we went through all the secrets of Yahuwah that were in the creation timeline. And we went into the 8th day, creating of Israel, Adam and Kua, and their fall, and Satan tempting them, and the change in their bodies and everything that they experienced. Even the minute changes were gigantic for them. And so I think we determined that they were in some type of interdimensional realm, and they were originally immortal. And when they fell, they got bodies of flesh and then were removed from the Garden of Eden and put out into the earth with mankind. And that's about where we're ended. So now we're going to go on and start talking about Cain. And this is kind of an important chapter because there's a lot of false teachings out there. And I've seen a lot of Natsarim get sucked into these teachings and really fall off the deep end and never come back. I mean, they get out there and they're lost and they never find their way home, and it's kind of sad to see that. But it's beginning here in chapter 4, they get involved in what they call the serpent seed doctrine. I don't know if y'all are familiar with that or not, but it's one of them. There's a lot of them. These false doctrines that attach themselves to, truth seeking. And I think most of the Natsarim, the people, when they first wake up, they begin to feed on truth, like a child in a candy store. And one thing leads to another, and then to another, and before you know it, they're going off the deep end. They take it way too far, so that they go off from one end of the spectrum to the other end of the spectrum, and then they don't find their way back. And so I've always said, if you're mature enough, if you have spiritual maturity to the point where you're comfortable with the Basora and in scriptures, and you can get yourself around in there really good, and you have a really good close relationship with Yahuwah and spirituality, it doesn't really hurt to go read the Apocrypha or study about serpent seed doctrine or the micro age doctrine or the flat earth theory and all this other different things that people do, as long as you come back to the solid foundation, which is Yahusha. Don't stay out there. It's never hurts to find out the stratagem of the enemy, but problem is a lot of them stay out there, and they don't find their way back home, and that's the dangerous part. And so if you're not real secure in your belief and your walk in the way, I would suggest you don't mess around out there with the Apocrypha and these different doctrines. Just leave them alone. There's really nothing. There's nothing that's going to help you in your deliverance anyway. Most of what it's doing is you're understanding the stratagem of your enemy, which is always a good thing to know. There was once a famous general that said, "Get to know your enemy closer than a brother." And there was another famous general that said, "Get to know your enemy so close that you grab him by his belt buckle." So it's a good strategy to get to know your enemy and learn how they operate so that you can defeat them. But if you get out there and you get so wrapped up, in their world that you can't find your way back home, that's not a good thing. So, examine yourself, know your weaknesses, know your limits, know your boundaries, know your strengths, and just be careful, okay? All right, so I'm going to explain a little. I'm not going to go crazy on this, but I'm going to explain a little bit about this serpent seed doctrine that's flying around out there, because it really messes a lot of people's minds up, man. You'd be surprised how many people believe in that. It's just like they believe that, the stars are messengers watching down on us. This weird stuff, man. So anyway, who wants to take it from here and read chapter 4? Start us off today. Phyllis, go ahead.
Bereshith, or Genesis chapter 4. And Adam knew his Asha, and she conceived and bore Cain, and said, I have gained a man from Yahuwah. And again she gave birth to his brother Hebel, and Hebel became a keeper of sheep, but Cain became a tiller of the ground.
Okay, hang on. Okay, so the serpent seed doctrine, begins with them saying that when they were in the garden, they come out that Satan raped Eve. Okay, and Adam also had sexual intercourse with Eve, and she bore twins. Okay, and Abel was Adam's son, and Cain was Satan's son. Yeah, and they were twins. So that's what they say, and that's totally insane. And the one scripture that they absolutely want to use, and they'll even tell, let's go to this one, and it's the KJV, believe it or not, because it kind of helps them in their presenting their false doctrine of the serpent seed. But this is very clear right here. And Adam knew his Asha, and she conceived and bore Cain. That's telling us that Cain is Adam's son. It's pretty clear. So that right there steps all over that serpent seed doctrine right off the get-go. They base they're almost their entire doctrine is based on that Cain is Satan's son. Okay, so right there, that's huge. I don't know. Let me see.
It's a pretty cup.
As far as this BYNB here goes, I mean, it's pretty clear. Adam knew his Asha, and she conceived and bore Cain, and said, "I have gained a man from Yahuwah." It doesn't say I've gained a man from the devil. Let me see what the KJV says. It's been a long time since I talked to anybody that believed in that or studied about it. So it just says, and Adam knew Eve, his wife, and she conceived and bore Cain and said, "I have gotten a man from you," from LORD. It's basically the same thing. All right. So, and then again, she gave birth to his brother Abel, and Abel became a keeper of the sheep, and Cain was a tiller of the ground. He was a farmer. All right. So Cain was a farmer. Abel was raised livestock. All righty. Chance?
Mark, I think some of that, what you were talking about with the serpent seed is, there's some teachings, strange teachings out there where the tree was like, the serpent was like a male organ, and Eve slept with that serpent and received the seed of the serpent, and like it's really like adulterous thoughts, you know what I mean? Like you can tell that the dragon really went in there and put some of that strange teachings in there, because they teach that Kua slept with this thing. That's kind of what the whole Garden of Eden and the tree of good and evil, like her eyes were opened because she slept with this thing.
But
You know
that's
what I
not
mean?
the scripture.
I know it's a strange teaching. This is what they're teaching these days, and this is why that doctrine has come out, is because they believe that she laid with the serpent and the serpent put a seed in her. You know what I mean? So it's actually, that's kind of what I've heard roundabout in a way. Just thought I'd share that.
Yeah, I mean, there's different versions of it, but the main one is that the devil raped Eve, and she became pregnant by him and Adam, and then she bore twins. They were twins. Okay, and it gets into blue blood and red blood. All this weird stuff, and I don't want to really get deep into this doctrine, this false doctrine, but the blue blood is Cain's seed, and it's the serpent's blood, because serpents or lizards, whatever, people. They have this blue blood and this all this kind of weird stuff. But anyway, one thing though I just want to point out here about that is, if Cain was Satan's son, as they try to say he is, okay, now, it ain't. There's even really no proof that they were twins. Tell you the truth.
No.
Okay, it sounds sort of like they are, but there's
No.
really, in a way, it doesn't either. But if Cain was Satan's son, then why was Cain making an offering to Yahuwah? Wouldn't he have made an offering to his father, the father of lies? But he didn't. He made an offering to Yahuwah, not the devil. So that's another thing, I just point that out as well. Let's go ahead and continue on, Phyllis, and then I'll stop you here in a second. Go ahead, Sandra.
Thank you. I was kind of like with that. It sounds like a doctrine of demons, period. Because our mission is to declare Yahusha. Simple as that. So it's just like somebody is just trying to declare Shaitan. And it says in Psalms 127, verse 3, look, children are an inheritance from Yahuwah. The fruit of the womb is the reward. And it also says in Marshall 30, verse 19. It says, 3 matters are too marvelous for me, for which I do not understand. The way of an eagle in the Shamaim, the way of a snake on a rock, and the way of a ship in the heart of the sea, and the way of a man with a maid. So that's just like declaring Shaitan in his little world, to me, is what I get from that.
It's absolutely a doctrine of demons. There's no doubt about it. Go ahead, Roz.
Just every time that Adam knew Kua, it said that he went, either that he knew her or that he went unto her. And it goes from Cain to after that she gave birth to him. And again, she gave birth to his brother Abel. So that to me means that they were at the same time. Because it doesn't have a really separation except for, a short period of time. Because he didn't know her. It doesn't say that he knew her again.
Yeah, I'm not going to jump ahead on that, but we're going to get back into what you're talking about.
Okay.
Phyllis, let's go ahead and read a little bit farther.
Okay, verse 3. And it came to be in the course of time that Cain brought an offering of the fruit of the ground to Yahuwah. And Abel also brought of the firstborn of his flock and of his fat, and of their fat. And Yahuwah looked to Abel and his offering, but he did not look to Cain and his offering. And Cain was very wroth, and his face fell.
Okay, hang on a moment. Okay, back up here in verse 2 or 1, it says, I have gained a man from Yahuwah. And again, she gave birth to his brother Abel, and Abel became keeper of the ground. Okay, so this is kind of a strange thing here. Instead of saying I gave birth to a boy, it's saying a man. You know what I'm saying? So some people claim that this means that, basically as soon as Cain was born, he became out as a man, and which is kind of nonsense. But do you think it says, I have gained a man from Yahuwah, and again she gave birth to his brother Abel? Do you feel that that's saying that they were twins? Is that like one birth after another?
Mm-mm.
Or do you think there's some time period in there?
I do.
I would say they were maybe they were twins. Maybe they were Irish twins. I don't know. But it seems to be within a short period. It doesn't seem to be like 5 years later or nothing. But it really doesn't say, does it? I mean, it's really not clear if they were twins or they were Irish twins or, within just a couple years apart or whatever. Or maybe they were 10 years apart. But, I mean, it really doesn't say, does it? Sandra?
I kind of think that where it says and again, so it started off, if you look at the context, and Adam knew his Asher, and she conceived and bore Cain, and said, this is her response after bearing Cain. And when it says and again, I think Adam knew her again and gave birth to his brother Abel. And
That's a good point.
And he's declaring the difference of he's declaring the difference, or according to the scriptures, it's declaring the difference in their job task more than it is about him knowing his Asher. I just think that and again. In other words, she couldn't have bore Cain without having knowing Adam. And he said, and again. That's kind of like clarifies it to me.
I think that's a really good point. Anybody else have a chance?
Something that just came to my thoughts is, when they ate from the tree of good and evil, do you think this is the first sign of that coming to the seed, Cain and Abel, a seed of good and a seed of evil?
Yeah. That's a really good point too. Okay. And, when the Cain, as we read on, we're going to find out that Cain was the first murderer. Okay. And scripture says that Satan was a murderer from the beginning. And so you see how they piece that, they glue that in there too, to mean that, since Satan was a murderer from the beginning, that his offspring was a murderer. Okay. And then we find out as we get into Cain's lineage, his genealogy later here, that one of his sons is a murderer as well. Okay. And so it seems to be that this line of Cain are murderers. And so, I mean, it maybe we are seeing the influence of between the knowledge of good and evil, that was obtained there. Coming out stronger, the knowledge of evil coming out stronger in Cain than Abel. And being the firstborn, maybe he got slammed with that evil. The knowledge of good and evil was, passed on to him through him more heavily, since he was the firstborn. I mean, I don't know. I'm just throwing that out there, man. But that's a good point, Chance. I mean, this is some weird stuff for sure. But see how there's so many gray areas here that we even got through the first 4 verses, and look at all the gray areas already. So you see how they can take this and manipulate it, and create a doctrine of demons that can really influence people and get people thinking maybe they're right because of all the gray areas. And I usually don't recommend apocryphal books, But I'm telling you, man, the book of Adam and Eve, the first book of Adam and Kua, it fills in a lot of these gray areas. It's really a book. I really enjoyed it. I really did. So, any other thoughts, comments, or questions so far on this, Sandra?
I was going to add, I have gained a man from Yahuwah. I think she's made that statement because she was made from the rib of Adam, and the reproduction of mankind was only at that time with those that was created in the Barashit chapter 126. That's what she knew at that time.
Yeah.
She knew, she didn't know that she was, in other words, she hadn't come to bringing forth children as it talks about in 3:16.
You don't think she knew to call him a boy or a baby?
She just knew he was Ash, mankind.
Okay.
And the production from
Do you
her.
think Adam and Kua had full vocabulary? How did they learn to talk? I mean, did Adam and Eve have belly buttons? Neither one of them was born. They were both created.
But they had his ruach, his ruach of intelligence in them.
Did they have belly buttons?
Because remember, he let him name all the animals, and whatever he named them, he allowed.
Okay, so he had full vocabulary.
Yeah.
Do you believe that Adam and Kua was highly intelligent?
Definitely. They had the knowledge of Yahuwah.
I think they had full knowledge of good and the full knowledge of evil. I think they were geniuses, honestly. Go ahead, Talitha. You still didn't answer my question whether they had belly buttons or not. Go ahead, Talitha. You think about that one.
Well, for the belly buttons one, I mean, there's no way for us to really know that.
It's like asking what came first, the egg or the chicken, right?
That's right. Yeah. I was just gonna say, like, I know we probably don't want to go too far in it, but in terms of the doctrine that you were talking about, part of it I think also has to do with the translation issues of the beginning 2 chapters. So part of it, they start right from there, that they count that as 2 different creations, so that one of them is the creation of Yahuwah and the other one, like when they show the creation stories, they count it as 2 different creation stories.
Right? Yeah, they do. They do. Yeah.
Which it's because of that translation of the because I think in the KJV it says they or something like that, and then they took it as like, or us, or I don't remember what it is, but anyway, they put a plural for one of the words, and that's where like a lot of the confusion sets in from that one translation.
Yeah. Yeah, that's right. There's some Scott Warrior here wanting to come in. I'm not familiar with him. Scott Warrior, you're going to have to show me a reason for me to let you in, like one of Lou White's books or BYNV or something, because I'm thinking you might be a spy. Show me something or I'm not letting you in, man. Show me your face. Let me see who you are. You got to show yourself to me. All right. All right, man. So what's up? What do you guys think? You want to risk it? He's a young black man. Looks sort of Middle Eastern. You want to chance it?
You can always eject him.
Okay. There he is.
Hello.
Hi.
I've been on other Christian channels, so don't worry, I'm not a spy.
Okay. Yeah, we have people coming on here showing porn and all kinds of weird stuff.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, that's childish.
Okay. All right. Glad you're here. Go ahead, Ross.
Okay, go down in later on in the chapter, and where it says, and Adam knew his Asha again, and she bore a son called his name Sheth. So, but it's saying, and Adam knew his Asha, whereas in this one, and again she gave birth. To me, it's clear that it's a twin situation, because it's a short period of time, and it doesn't say again he knew her. It just says and again.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So,
Yeah. I agree with you, man. It's either way. I mean, it really isn't clear, but I can see where they could be twins. I mean, I'm not against that, that they were twins. I mean, maybe they were.
Yeah,
I mean, scripture, talks about twins quite a bit, really. Jacob and Esau, So that's a possibility they were twins. That don't prove anything about one being the devil's seed and one, being
no.
Adam's,
No,
or,
yeah.
or one's possesses the knowledge of evil and the other one's possessing the knowledge of good. They seem to be friends all the way up to the point of when Cain became jealous of Abel. They seemed to get along, didn't they? I mean, it didn't seem to be any animosity there between the two up to that point.
Mm-mm.
So,
but it doesn't really elaborate on anything with their relationship at all. There's another time in scripture when with Noah, where the three sons, it doesn't say that he knew his Asha and he knew his Asha and he knew his Asha. It just said that these were born, and it's before that. So that sounds like triplets, because it sounds like they are born at one time.
I mean, it can be that we don't know.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
No.
I don't see where it matters if they were, if they weren't, But what matters is when they take scripture and they see these gray areas, and then they try to fill them in, with their own understanding, and they create this false doctrine, and then they influence other people to believe in this false doctrine, and now we got sin going on. We got problems at that point. So we got to take it with what we've got. Like I said, sometimes the Apocrypha can fill in gray areas, and I've read all of the Apocryphas. I've probably forgotten 90% of what I read, but I do remember that they kind of filled in the gray areas of the scriptures. But I also remember that a lot of the stuff that I read, I went, oh, no way. It hit me like a ton of bricks. That ain't right. You know what I mean? But there was other things that I read that I thought, oh, wow, that's interesting. That kind of fills in the gray area there, So it kind of goes both ways. I'm sorry, Scott Warrior, are you saying something?
No, I wasn't saying something.
Okay, check your mic, brother.
No, I was just putting on my shirt.
Yeah. Just keep your mic off unless you want to talk, and then come on and raise your hand like the rest of them are doing. I'll call on you. Go ahead, Chance.
Yeah, what's coming to me, Brother Mark, is when they can get you at the beginning here with some kind of strange doctrine, your ability to grow into living words is your eyes been darkened because you've been led astray by these darkened teachings. You know what I mean? So just like the knowledge of good and evil, if your eye has been darkened from the beginning, then your perception of the word is going to be darkened,
Mm-hmm. Yeah, man, you got to be real careful. I mean, I've talked to people that were Natsarim, just like all of us right here, right? At first, talked to them later on, they disappeared. Talked to them later on, man, they were out there, man. I'm saying they were way out there. Phyllis knows what I'm talking about. Phyllis, go ahead.
My concern is if you're reading a book and it's supposed to be about scriptural matters of Yahuwah, then Oh, somebody's trying to get on and they need a link. I'll give it to them. I've lost my train of thought. Okay, if you're reading a book and it's supposed to be scripture about real life things and it's supposed to be true, and then you find falseness in it, can you trust anything else if you have nothing to back it up? If you don't have two witnesses, like you said, the book of Adam and Eve has got fills in some. If you don't have another witness that is true, how can you trust it's true?
The same thing with what we're reading now. I mean, that could apply with what we're reading now. You got to remember, and here's why I read the Apocrypha, okay, is that all these books were separate. These books weren't written by one person. This was written by like over 300 people, man, over a period of, 3,000 years. Okay. And so all these were individual writings and rolled up in parchments or scrolls, things like that. Okay. And so then they collected them all together and they began to sort through them and throw the ones out that they didn't like and put it together where they're trying to create a Bible that they could base their religion on. That's what they were doing by borrowing the Hebrew Messiah and bringing in all kinds of paganism from all over the Roman Empire and to be able to create this religion, right? So they were compiling. And in the beginning, when they first came out with what they called the Bible, the Apocrypha was in it. The Apocrypha was in the first King James, for crying out loud. It was taken in, thrown out, brought in, thrown out. Actually, there originally was 26 books in there, and 6 of the books that we have in this one right now weren't even in the original books. So others were thrown out, and some of these were brought in. So it was like shuffling, okay, until they finally came up with this. So my question was, and the Apocrypha still is in a lot of translations. It still is. And it was in the Geneva Bible, for crying out loud. But that's the one that the Puritans brought to America. They didn't bring the King James. They hated the King James because it was worded too closely to the Latin Vulgate. And they wanted separation from the Catholics. So they adopted the Geneva and brought it over to America, the Puritans. And it had the Apocrypha in it. Christmas was outlawed here in this country when they first came over here. Okay? So there's a lot of crazy stuff. And so I wanted to find, okay, you know what? I'm going to read all this. I want to know what's in it, and why they shuffled it out. Now, if you read Fossilized Customs, you're going to see in there where Lou says that the reason they decided to not include the Apocrypha finally was because the printers, the copyists, found out that they could leave these books out, okay, and not even include them, and leave them totally out, and just produce the 66 books and sell it for the same amount of money, and so make a larger profit. And so once they found out, they just left them out. Certain people, in certain translations, publications did that. Okay, but you can still find them in quite a few translations on the market today. It's not a big deal. You know what the big deal is up here? It's in your friggin' mind, man. That's what it is. And there's a lot of programming and brainwashing that happened over the years too. Okay, by people saying, oh, those are secret writings. Only a priest can understand them. Matter of fact, if a common person reads them, it can bring curses on your life. So don't look at those ones. Only look at these ones that we tell you to look at. And then there's the big controversy over the Pauline letters. And don't even get me started on that, because I'll probably make you vomit. Go ahead, Chance.
To reel it in a little bit, I was reading this the other day. We know our shepherd's voice. If we hear another voice, we run. We know who Yahusha is, and when we're in Yahusha, we know and we accept his voice because we know our master. And that's a good way to you know, to differentiate. And as far as what you're saying about these apocryphas, there was a strange theory that was out there where it was saying these teaching authorities removed books to remain in power so other people would have to go to them to receive their teachings. So the teaching authorities would in turn, to hold their authority, would remove certain books so the information wasn't there to grow spiritually, and other people would have to go to them, spiritual teachers. But we know Yahusha reveals everything to us. You know what I mean? So it's not, they wanted to remain in power, and Yahusha overthrew their authority. He is high priest. So they were mad, and so they would add and subtract books and try to keep their authority by removing these books. Does that make sense? Not
No,
saying they're true, not
me it
saying they're
don't.
true, or not saying they're true or of truth or anything. I'm just saying they wanted to, you know what I mean, hype themselves up and remain in authority.
Yeah, I mean, maybe you've read something I haven't read, but don't make sense to me what you're saying. But I'm not saying it's not true. I mean, you may have read something I have never read, But basically, in the Catholics will deny this. Okay, they're going to deny this over and over and over again. But originally, nobody was allowed to own scripture. Nobody was allowed to have one in their house, and you weren't allowed to read it unless you were a priest. And only the copies were kept in the churches. If you got caught reading it or having one in your home, they would kill you. Now the Catholics deny this, but it's true. There's history. There's a lot of history and document history that confirms this. Okay, so that's probably more along the lines of heaven. Matter of fact, the Apocrypha of Peter was in the original scriptures, not the Apocrypha of John that we know, not Revelation. It was added later after the Apocrypha of Peter was removed. Why? Because it was so scary. They were scaring people out of the churches. And so they had to remove it and voted to put Revelations in there instead. And they removed the Apocrypha of Peter out. Now it's on, you can find it and read it. And if you haven't ever read it, it's quite interesting. But if you don't have a solid foundation underneath you, I would not advise it. Go ahead, Sandra.
So concerning the Apocrypha books, my experience has been, since the knowledge of truth has been revealed to me through Yahusha and the Ruach Kadesh, when I went back and reread those Apocrypha books, most of them were not testifying of Yahusha. They were testifying of the people that supposedly had written them and their experience in one-on-one with Yahuwah. So that's why I kind of like don't, I read them, but they don't fill in the blank, because he said you search the scriptures and they are they that testify me. And from what we have here in this translation, it's about Yahusha. That's
Enoch talks about the Son of Man. That's where that came from.
Enoch talks about the Son of Man, yes, but not all of the books that are in the Apocrypha.
Most of the books are almost identical to the books that are in scriptures.
And then they give references to like witchcraft and stuff like that. So that's why
there's crazy stuff in them. I'm for sure there are.
It's a little sketchy about whether, to me, the Ruach of Truth, it's not but one Ruach. It's going to bear witness to the writing.
You have this book, Sandra?
I have it.
That's got the Apocrypha all through it, man.
I don't know.
And but it's not in the middle like the Catholic Bible is, or the Geneva or the King James, where they had put them in the middle. It's spaced out in here in chronological order. It's not stuck in the middle like it's some hidden secret books, like the Catholic and the Protestants were. In the Christianity, they want you to think they were secret, hidden things that only a priest could understand. Common people can't understand that. It's above your head, man. Don't even read it. It's above your head. Don't you know that? Do you know there was 1,200 scrolls, letters, and parchments collected when they compiled their list, and they ended up with 66 out of 1,200? Have you ever wondered why there's no books written in here of all the other Talmudim? The only ones that are actually witnesses is Yehukanan, Matthew, Alazar. That's it. There's no other eyewitnesses. The rest of them are hearsay. They're just collecting information and writing. I mean, we can get weird, man. And I don't want to go down this path. I really don't want to be on this tangent. Okay. But I do want to, just kind of make everybody aware of the doctrine of demons that are out there. And a lot of that spawns from Genesis. It really does. So we need to be aware of it. But this is a very deep, deep, deep hole, and we don't want to really go down there. Go ahead, Chance.
Just what came to me is we should keep our Ruach-like glasses on when reading such things, because this stuff is highly spiritual insight. And if we discern this stuff through a fleshy state of mind, you're going to go on thinking that we're eating fruits off of trees and, you know what I mean? And perhaps sleeping with lizards, and it's going to get abstractly discerned like it is. You know what I mean? And you could easily get flapped and tossed around by every strange wind of teaching. And that's exactly what I'm seeing right now is it's being abstractly discerned. And you got the fleshy mind can't comprehend what the Ruach gives. If they're without Ruach, it says it's written, it'll be abstractly discerned. So, be careful of those that, might not have the Ruach-like glasses on to understand the truth and take it in. The flesh, perhaps.
We have one book here of one of the Talmudim out of the 12. Where's all the 11 other ones at? Well, we have Peter. I forgot about him. So we have 2. It's a hard subject, man. I mean, you really got to do some serious research on this to understand, man. You know where a lot of this comes from? The KJV. Okay, the KJVs, don't you know, is the oldest, most reliable, inspired text that we have. And by God, I'll tell you something right now. If it was good enough for the apostles, it's good enough for me. That's where it comes from, man. A bunch of dumb, ignorant, hillbilly, mumbo jumbo. They have no idea what they're even talking about. Most people think this book fell from the sky mysteriously and landed on the Pope's lap. Go ahead, Chance.
I would like to just bring up the fact that if there's any living words that say authorized, who gave man to authorize anything? You should already have some understanding right there that this is an authorized virgin. And who gave these people any authorization? They should be properly handling the living words. Instead, they added their leaven to a pure unleavened piece of bread. Now it's leavened. And
yeah, we don't have any of the inspired text. Just the word translation alone tells us that it's not inspired, just by definition of that word. There's no such thing as inspired text that we have. If we have it on this earth, it must be in the vaults of the Vatican like everything else, right? But no. We don't. Everything we have is a translation, unfortunately. But look, even though you have all this going on, Yahuwah It's not going to be mocked. Okay. And so one thing that is a sure bet is that Yahuwah passed along his main theme, his main message to mankind, and that was the Messiah. And so we've got that message, and it's clear, and I think that's really that, and the understanding of who he is and what has happened. We could take the whole New Testament, the Natsarim, and throw it out, and just have the Tanakh, and we would know everything we know in the New Testament. It's all in the Tanakh. It really, truly is. Yeah. So the closest thing probably that we need to know is to repent. Stop sinning, repent, turn back to Yahuwah, and start obeying Yahuwah. Because that's what got us off in trouble in the first place, was being disobedient. It's where it all comes from. So do we have that message or do we not? Does everybody here understand that main message in Scripture? Then see what I'm saying? No matter what they've done, what man's little fingers have done, okay, by stirring the pot, mixing everything up, they haven't erased the main message of Yahuwah. And that's stop sinning and repent and start obeying me, and I will deliver you. I will forgive you and deliver you. Do we not have that message? Yeah. No matter what, no matter what else is out there, we have that message, and that's really the only message we need, isn't it? I mean, do you think that Yahuwah could have sent sacrifice, the Lamb of Yahuwah, without telling anybody, and just come down and it just happened, and he was the only one that really knew about it, maybe a handful of people? Do you think so? And everything would have been fine with humanity? Go ahead, Chance.
Yahukanan was the messenger that was sent from the wilderness, proclaiming an immersion to repentance, making the way straight for Yahuwah. So, he came in before Yahuwah, announcing Mashiach Yahusha.
Well, but what I'm asking is, if the lamb was sacrificed, okay, say he was sacrificed, but Yahuwah didn't tell anybody, wouldn't humanity be okay? Or do we have to know that? Is that something we have to know to make it work?
Well, doesn't his blood take away our crimes, the only blood that is worthy on behalf of us all? Didn't his life pay the price for our death? Now we're declared right without paying death? Of course we need to know that. That one, humanity wouldn't know to repent.
Okay, did Enoch, did Elijah, did they all know that? Or do you think they're condemned to the lake of fire because they didn't know?
I think they were taken up in fiery chariots, weren't they?
Enoch was. Elijah was. But that don't mean they went to heaven, does it?
Maybe
No.
paradise.
Yeah, maybe they're in the Garden of Eden. They might be still alive as a human. But what I'm saying is, all the people prior to the incarnation, or how about this? All the people prior to not knowing the J-Man, the name of the J-Man, which only came on the scene less than 500 years ago. So less than 500 years ago, would they claim the name that you have to know to call on, the J-Man, or you can't be delivered? You have to accept him as your Lord and your Savior, or you can't be delivered. How about all the people who didn't know that name less than 500 years ago? They're all condemned to hell, going to the lake, to a place called hell, where the devil's down there with a pitchfork poking them in the butt. You see what I'm saying? Do we have to know? Or could he have just done it? and saved mankind through his sacrifice, and wasn't even telling anybody. Didn't he really just need to put it in their conscience or their heart to believe? Isn't belief a gift from Yahuwah? Can mankind believe on his own? No, it's a gift. So what's the difference if you know or you don't know? Yahuwah couldn't do anything Yahuwah wants to do, man. He didn't have to tell us nothing. He could have done it a million other different ways than the way he did it. You starting to pick up what I'm laying down here, man? Y'all catching on? Come on, man. Give it to me. Thoughts, comments, and questions. Come on. I know you got a bunch of them now. Go ahead, Sandra.
So he could have done it that way, but he didn't want to do it that way. He wanted himself to be known. So he didn't do it that way. Because he said in Yashayahu 46, he planned it. He's doing it. All his delight he do. And the reason why he created in the first place was for us to know him. So that's why we know him. And he said he won't do anything without revealing it to us.
Yeah, that's true. But look, it's only 6 days to him. What's he care? To us, it's 6,000 years. To him, it's only 6 days. It's a really fast period of time. He don't care. He's got eternity, man. He's got everlasting. What's he care about 6 days? Why does he care?
To be known.
For
all
what?
of it. If you look,
he could have all his chosen known for eternity. He could tell them all after the 6 days are over what happened, how it happened through all eternity. He's got to be with them. What's the 6 days matter? He could tell them later. It's only 6 days to him. Go ahead, Scott Warrior. What you got, brother?
You said that Elijah and Enoch, they didn't believe that the Messiah was coming, or they didn't know.
I didn't say that. No.
No, you say they didn't know about the Messiah was coming.
Right.
Well, they did know.
How'd they know?
Because it was in the scriptures.
Well, show it to me.
Genesis 3:15.
Read it. Somebody read Genesis 3:15. It says that Enoch and Elijah knew the Messiah.
No, it was in the scriptures.
Genesis 3:15. And I put an enmity between you and the Asher, and between your seed and her seed. He shall crush your head, and you shall crush his heel.
Yeah, that's a prophecy about the Messiah. That is correct.
Yes.
But
and
that
Elijah,
doesn't mean,
and Elijah had to know it because he was a prophet and he studied the scriptures.
This is before Enoch and Elijah was born. This
Yes.
this was right after the fall of Adam and Kuah.
And if we go
this was he was telling the serpent.
Yes, and if we go to Hebrews 11, 11, where's it at? Where's that right here?
So I'm saying everybody before the incarnation, okay, or everybody before the J-Man, the name of the J-Man came on the scene less than 500 years ago. What about them? They didn't know to call on the name of the J-Man because it didn't exist.
Well, yeah, it didn't exist, but there were prophecies about it, and that this reading in scriptures, it was
But a
there.
lot of people didn't know about what it meant. I mean, look at the Yehudim today. They're forbidden to read chapter 53 of Isaiah because they say that's all about Israel. It's not about the Messiah, but it is about the Messiah. And look, I'm not saying that there's not information in the Tanakh about the Messiah. It's full of it, but doesn't mean they believed in or knew about it. I mean, they probably even look. This wasn't available to people, man.
Yeah, it was only available to the Israelites. I'm just judging them off for the Israelites.
Yeah, very, very few could even read. maybe 1%.
You're telling me they couldn't read the Old Testament in
No,
Hebrew?
no, very few. There was only maybe 1 to 2% of the people could read or write. Most of them were called scribes. Go ahead, Phyllis.
I think what he's referring to is the fact that these were prophets and they studied scripture. We were talking about Isaiah and Enoch, and I'm sure they studied, all this was revealed to them.
Well, I'm not saying it wasn't. I'm just playing the devil's advocate right now. I mean, I understand what he's saying, Go ahead, Roz. I'm just trying to get him to elaborate on it. Yeah, I'm playing dumb. Go ahead, Roz.
Scott, in John 5:43, it says that he's going to come in his own. Let me read it. Hold on. Well, my eyes are blurry right now. I'm trying to go without my glasses and all. So
I came in my Father's name,
thank you.
and you did not accept me. If someone else comes in his own name, him you will accept.
The second one is the one that everybody knows. The first one is Yahusha speaking of him coming in the Father's name. He's got the first 4 letters of the Father's name in his name, which his name means Yahuwah is deliverance. And the other one, how does he come in the name of God or Lord? He doesn't. That's how you can tell what's real and what's not real, when he's in the Father's name.
What do you mean by in the Father's name?
He came in it says it, the name of the Father is in his name.
Yes, I agree.
Yeah, that's how you know. Where is the other name that JC was in? There's not, because the other one that the JEHOVAH was created much later even than JC was. It was not something that was before him. It was something that was after that name, and there was no one that was JC. It's just they chose to change.
What's JC? I'm sorry, what's JC?
JC is JESUS. We don't say that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
I see it.
Listen, Scott Warrior, I'm going to help you out here just a little bit, okay? Go to Luke 10.
Luke 10.
Yeah. What type of scriptures you using there, buddy?
Well,
what translation you got there?
the King James.
Okay. So Luke 10, verse 22 through 24 says this. All has been delivered to me by my Father, and no one knows who the Son is except the Father, and who the Father is except the Son, and to whom the Son wishes to reveal him. And turning to his students, he said separately, blessed are the eyes that see what you see. For I say to you that many prophets and sovereigns have wished to see what you see and have not seen it, and to hear what you hear and have not heard it.
Right. I guess what Jesus was trying to say there, that the prophets were longing for the Messiah, but they couldn't truly know his true nature. They might have seen some revelation, but not his true revelation. So when Jesus said, "Blessed are the eyes that see me," that you have a special privilege that you get to talk beside me, and have me teach you.
They saw the promised, but at a distance.
Yes.
Vaguely. Okay.
Yes.
The prophets, but not the rest of the people. Okay. Like I said, 90+ of the people were illiterate back in those days. And the scrolls were very spread out, sporadic. So say one synagogue may had the scroll of Isaiah, maybe another one had Psalms, a few of the Psalms, and that's all they ever had, And things were like weighed a lot. They weighed a lot. They were huge and very heavy. So they couldn't collect a lot of them like we'd have. We didn't have the convenience that we have today. Paul, he didn't have the KJV. He didn't have a Bible. Paul had parchments, and scrolls too. And he was teaching out of the Tanakh. And so did Yahushua. And so did the rest of them. There was no compiled list in English, in the Bible in English, right? Until the 17th century, man.
Yeah.
There was a few sporadic ones in the 16th century, but not only just like one or two. So, but
I think what sums up this conversation that in the last verses of Hebrews 11, these all died in the faith, but none of them getting what had been promised, which is the promise, which was the Messiah. So, and what you just quoted, that they saw promise from a distance.
Yeah. Some did. The prophets, yeah. I mean, it's just a handful of people, bro. Wasn't a lot of people. Okay, so anyway, the point that I'm trying to make there was that, if nobody knew about him, and Yahuwah made the sacrifice for the sins of mankind, would it still have delivered the chosen, the ones that he chose before the foundations of the world, that were listed in the scroll of life of the Lamb before the foundations of the world? And the answer to that is yes, absolutely. But like Sandra was saying, the reason why he revealed it, the reason he even came and was born of a virgin, because he wanted to have an intimate relationship with mankind, even if it was only for 6 days or 3 days, however long the person's life was. Did you know that if a man lives to be 100 years old, to Yahuwah, that's only 2.6 hours? No time, man, for him. He's not restricted by time, space, or the tenses like we are. We perceive things in a different fashion than he does. We perceive things as a carbon copied world, not a reality like he does. Okay, is there any other thoughts, comments, or questions where we've studied up to so far? Chance, go ahead.
I would just like to say about how Yahuwah, when he came down in a body of flesh as our Mashiach, Yahusha, it was an inside job. He couldn't reveal himself to humanity because they would have never have staked him. They would have stifled his whole plan of salvation for all of humanity. Even the demons were confused. They said, "Have you come before the appointed time to torture us?" And all the people that Yahusha was teaching are like, "Why are you speaking in parables and figures of speech?" Everybody was confused. And that's kind of where you just read to us, Mark, about no one knows the Son unless he is revealed to them. And when we do our water immersion, we're actually crying out in a Ruach realm, in a Ruach sense, saying we believe in the salvation of Yahuwah, because Yahusha means Yah brings salvation. So when we go into the water and are immersed in water, we're saying, yeah, we believe in your salvation. Save me. Forgive me my crimes, So it's very important that we understand who we are accepting in our body. If we have anybody other than Yahusha in our body, we might be inviting unwanted guests. They're demons. There's unclean ruachs out there. And if we're out here declaring some other name other than Yahusha, as in Acts 4:12 tells us, there is only one name we are to call upon for salvation. So if we're out here calling upon names that are translated and given to us by man, we might be inviting unwanted guests into our body. So I just like to say that it was an inside job, and not only that, our Creator came down here and taught himself how to have compassion on his creation. Hence the reason we call him Father. He sees us as children now, that we need to learn and grow in truth. That's it.
Yeah. And I like what you said there. It was an inside job. And if they would have known, the priests, at the time, the Pharisees and the Sanhedrin, and would have known at the time, they probably would not have executed him. And so he didn't want them to know. That's why he talked to everybody in parables. But to those who he has chosen, okay, he wanted them to know. And so they knew. So there was people that knew, but the vast majority by far didn't know who he was. And it didn't really matter. I'm going to tell you why it didn't matter. And listen to this very, very carefully. Okay. It says here, Revelations 13:8. Revelation 13:8. And all those dwelling on the earth whose names have not been written in the book of life of the slain lamb. The slain lamb from the foundation of the world shall worship him. And so the people who he chose to go with him into eternity was chosen before he created anything. It was already put into the Lamb's book of life. The Lamb was slain before the foundation of the earth. So as far as Yahuwah was concerned, the Lamb was already slain before the foundations of the world, and therefore all those that he chose and named in the book of life and were chose before the foundations of the world would be delivered. Period. Period. Why? Because Yahuwah ain't confined or controlled or restricted by the tenses like we are. To him, there's no time. He created time and the tenses for us, not to restrict himself. He dwells in all because everything is in him. All creation is built within his perimeter of life, man. He's not restricted by it. It's his creation. Look at Revelation 17. 8 and 9. The beast that you saw was and is not and is about to come out of the pit of the deep and goes to destruction. And those dwelling on the earth, whose names are not written in the scroll of life from the foundation of the world, shall marvel when they see the beast that was and is not and yet is. See that? So it wouldn't have mattered. He slain the lamb before the foundations of the earth. He chose his election. He held his election before the foundations of the earth was made. So it wouldn't matter. So why did he do it? Because of what Sandra said. He wanted to have an intimate relationship with his chosen, the ones that he elected before the foundations of the earth, and put in the Lamb's book of life that would have eternal life with him. He already knows who his people are, man. There's nothing you or me or anybody else can do about it. If he chose them, he's the one that's declaring righteous, not us. He chose them, man. They're going to be in eternal life, whether you like it or not. You might say, that's the worst person I've ever seen. And he might be in eternal life, and maybe you're not. Maybe you're going to be thrown in the lake of fire, which is a Hebrew idiom for non-existence, man. You're going to be utterly destroyed, like you weren't ever even born. Don't worry. You won't be tormented forever and ever and ever, given eternal life so you can be tormented by the devil and on poking the butt with his pitchfork for eternity. Don't worry. You'll be totally annihilated. Utter destruction. That's what the lake of fire is. It's the second death, man. Scripture says it's the second death. It doesn't say it's eternal life, by torture by the devil poking you in your butt with his pitchfork. Doesn't say anything like that. Go ahead, Ross.
He didn't want it known to the Pharisees and stuff because he didn't want them to be starstruck or Messiah struck, you know.
Yeah.
And play on words.
They didn't need to know.
Mm-mm.
They didn't need to know anyway. So he said, I'm not going to tell you. Yeah.
He wanted genuine worshipers and not people that were just worshiping to worship.
He wanted to come hang out. Okay, what do you call that when you go hang out with your friends? What's that called nowadays? Chilling out? What do they call it? Hanging out, chilling out. What's it called? Chance.
Chillaxing. I'm just kidding.
There it is. Okay. He wanted to come chill out with his chosen, man. That's why he came and exposed himself, revealed himself. Other than that, it wouldn't have really mattered. Now would it have? The Lamb was slain before the foundation of the world, and his chosen, his election was elected and recorded in the Lamb's Book of Life before the foundations of the world. So it wouldn't have mattered if he came and told you or not. He didn't have to. He said, it's none of your business. You'll find out later at the White Throne Judgment. But he wanted to come chill out and hang out with his bros, man, with his chosen. That's why he came. You see what I'm saying? Man's reality is folly to Yahuwah. Our wisdom is foolishness to him. We think we know everything, but we don't know nothing unless it's revealed by the Ruach HaKodesh. That's how we know. Anybody else? Chance, go ahead.
I find it interesting here in chapter 3 in Genesis. It says when he was tempting Hua to eat, Shaitan said this. The serpent said to the Asha, you shall not certainly die. Well, Yahuwah sat back with the plan already knowing that Mashiach was coming. So it was a slap in his face. Shaitan thought, yeah, I'm causing this to crash. Yahuwah said, okay, go ahead and prophesy. And now look, it's a slap on the face because Yahusha came. Or Mashiach came. It's the truth. But Shaitan thought he was pulling the old veil, the banana in a tailpipe kind of deal on humanity. And Yahuwah, knowing past, present, and future, had a plan all along. But what you were saying about that intimate relationship, Mark, it's why he calls us brides and sons of light. This is in correction, or this is like a close meaning of intimacy. When you're a bride or a son, you are close. That is a title of being really close. When you're a bride, you spend intimate time with your bride, and when you're a son, you spend intimate time with your son, So
yeah, absolutely, man. Okay, Rick is asking, what is called the last chapter of Acts? Is interesting. Yeah, that's Acts 29. About the only place I know that has that's the cipher. It's interesting. If you notice, I'm going to stay on this tangent just for a second, and we're going to get back to what we were doing. That in Acts, they call it the Acts of the Apostles, right? And it's not, man. It's the Acts of the Ruach HaKodesh is what it really is. And so the Acts goes to Acts 28 in most translations. And it ends kind of abruptly, as it says, preaching the kingdom of Elohim and teaching those things which concern the Adonai Yahushua HaMashiach with all confidence, no man forbidden him. And then it ends. And so there's really no, valediction there at all. and so they felt that there was something missing. And so this guy finds this Acts 29 in some book that he bought from somebody. I can't remember the story, but it goes on and it has, I think, 26 verses in this 29th chapter that's added in this book. And it's interesting because it just does kind of fill it in and finish it off. If you want to believe that this is pseudepigrapha or not, that's totally up to you, man. But it's interesting and it's worth reading if you're mature enough to do so without hurting yourself. Don't hurt yourself now. Okay? Everybody that I'm seeing on here, I believe is mature enough that they could read that and not get influenced by it in a negative way. Besides maybe Scott Warrior there, I don't really know him to speak for him, but I think the rest of you could probably do it and come out of it unscathed. All right. Is there any other thoughts, comments, or questions here? If not, Phyllis, let's move on here. We go off on a tangent.
I believe that we are on verse 6.
I think so.
They just made this offering, and Cain was
back up to 4, just so we can remember where we were
okay.
at.
And Abel also brought of the firstborn of his flock and of their fat, but he did not look to Cain and his offering. And Cain was very wroth, and his face fell. And Yahuwah said to Cain, "Why are you wroth, and why is your face fallen? If you do well, is there not acceptance?" Can I stop there and ask?
Yeah.
Because if it says, if you do well, is there not acceptance? I think that answers the question that I've been having all along about why. Because perhaps Cain was not doing well in general. Perhaps he was not acting well. And if you do not do well, sin is crouching at the door. And its desire is for you, but you should master it. And Cain told Abel, his brother, and it came to be when they were in the field that Cain rose up against Abel, his brother, and killed him. And Yahuwah said to Cain, "Where is Abel, your brother?" And he said, "I do not know. Am I my brother's guardian?" And he said, "What have you done? The voice of your brother's blood cries out to me from the ground. And
okay. Go ahead.
And now you are cursed from the eretz, which has opened its mouth to receive your brother's blood."
Okay, hang on now. Stop right there. Okay, let's talk a little bit about this sacrifice here by these two brothers. What do you think inspired these two guys to do an offering to Yahuwah? I mean, this was way before the old priesthood. This was way before anybody thought about anything about trying to cover their sins with animal blood. So why did these two guys do that? Now, don't forget, this was Yisrael. Adam and Kua and their offspring was Yisrael. They were the priests. So they rightfully could be doing this. But why were they doing it? Were they doing it for remission of sins or to cover up their sins? I mean, what's going on here with these offerings? Ross?
Well, I think that part of it is that it's showing what was going to happen with Yahusha later on. What they were going to be doing, happening later. But also with kidneys, as something that, because it says the kidneys specifically in the fat, and it was the Father read the kidneys, and he reads all of our organs, because all of our stuff that we do is in our organs. And so when he read the kidneys and specifically the fat, that was telling right there that Abel gave more of his heart to the Father, more of everything to the Father than Cain. Cain was kind of like standoffish, I think, with him, and didn't give as much of himself to the Father Yahuwah.
Okay. Anybody else? Phyllis?
I don't know anything about is saying that Yahuwah examined the kidneys. I know he does examine our kidneys, but I don't see that in the sacrifice.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Anybody else? Any idea what was going on here? Chance? I can't hear you. Go ahead. Well, we're not hearing you, man. Something happened to your mic or something there. I seen you turn it on, but we still can't hear you. He's froze now. Go ahead, Sandra, till he comes back.
So it looks like the difference in these offerings is the intent of the heart.
Yeah, that's
It looks
what
like Cain just brought an offering, and Habel brought the first and the best. He was given out of recognition of who Yahuwah was in appreciation, whereas Habel was just saying, "Okay, let me just give an offering," in a half-hearted way. It wasn't given sincerely and with love, in recognition of who he was given to, because it was Yahuwah that allowed that ground to bring forth.
Yeah, but why were they doing it? What made them do a burnt offering? I mean, what? Go ahead, Phyllis.
Because I think that they had the knowledge of good and evil from their parents. They taught them that they were going to have to make offerings to Yahuwah. And Yahushua talked to Cain about doing well. So it wasn't his offering that was being refused. It was Cain himself that's being rejected.
I mean, where did they come up with the idea to build an altar and do a sacrifice, a burnt offering to Yahuwah? I mean, where did they come up with that? I mean, why did they feel that they had to do that? I mean, did somebody tell them they had to do something like that? And why were they doing it? I mean, I'm not asking why Cain's offering was denied and Abel's was. I'm saying, well, where did they come up with the idea to do this to begin with?
Weren't they doing it because their parents told them to?
Well, how would they have known to do it? Did they ever do it?
The tree of good and evil?
I mean, there's no recorded evidence that Adam and Kua ever built an altar and sacrificed to Yahuwah, is there? I mean, why would they tell them to do it? I mean, these were men now. Yeah, these ain't boys. They're men. Roz?
Because they were trying to take hold of their own salvation. Because Adam and Kua had fallen. Everybody's in charge of, not really in charge, but you have your path is going towards the Father, or you going against the Father. So they were to do an offering was worshiping the Father, showing that they wanted to do good and be with him And I think that's why. And then also, as far as the kidney part, in Job 16:13, his arrows surround me. Without mercy, he splits my kidneys open and pours out my gall on the ground. So that means there's sin. That's why he reads the kidneys and stuff. And that's why I think it's prominent in there, because it's showing, you know, whether it was said beforehand or not, that's showing that everything, every part of our being has to be brought to the Father and not just our mouth.
Now, Lou's saying kidneys means courage and commitment. Ross, you want to elaborate on that? Well, I don't know what he means by that.
They're metaphors.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So you're saying that they instinctively knew that there had to be some type of sacrifice done for the forgiveness of their parents' sins? Because as far as I know, they haven't committed any sin yet, Cain and Abel. At this point, as far as it doesn't say they did, so they surely weren't doing any burnt offering for remission of sins here.
But original sin.
They had the
Original
original
sin.
sin through the DNA, but were they aware of that since they had not sinned yet? Or do you think they did sin? Go ahead, Sandra.
So I think it was in them to know where their prosperity came from. That's why they made the offering. Within them, they knew that they didn't do it of themselves. But
okay, so this wasn't a sin offering. This was a gift offering.
A gift offering, recognizing where their gifts, where their prosperity came from.
Now we're getting somewhere.
Is what I think.
So this was more than likely not a sin offering, but a gift offering in appreciation to what Yahuwah has supplied them and provided for them, and given them. And so this was an act of worship. Okay. Remember when we studied and it told us that they were going to be making offerings in the millennium reign? And we said, well, why in the world would they have to do that since the Yahusha had already came and died, right, and was sacrificed for sins, right? And remember we said, well, they're not going to be making the sacrifices for remission of sins because everybody's going to have the knowledge of Yahuwah in the millennium reign, but they're going to be making sacrifices to Yahuwah as a gift offering, out of worship, as a worshiping offering, not a gift offering, not sin offering, right? And so this is what they were doing here. Okay, so this was worship. Now, obviously, go ahead, Chance.
I was gonna to speak on it. Was it's a great mystery how they came to the understanding to even kindle a fire to make an offering. This would have to be theorized that when Adam and Kuwa were in the Garden of Eden, ruling over humanity, that they must have had some sort of covenant, and that Yahuwah had taught them what is well pleasing to him. So when they were kicked out of the garden and were inhabited with humanity, they brought this practice with them into humanity, and they probably taught it to this is a theory, it doesn't say this, but they brought it to humanity, and his children were taught how to do this. Like a burnt offering would be from a physical realm into the spiritual realm. It's a sign of an expression of gratitude and appreciation and thanks. It is a deep devotional, and it's a deed specifically coming from you. You kindle a fire, you put your offering, you are there in the moment with your creator, Yahuwah, offering thanks, a sweet savory smell. But the practice of kindling a fire and making this offering is the mystery, how this came into play, because it doesn't really specifically say that anywhere until you get later on into the book.
Yeah, what's really kind of weird too, man, is they were vegetarians at this point. Okay. They weren't allowed to eat meat, but yet they killed this lamb and sacrificed it to Yahuwah. Would that not have been a sin to kill another living being? Wouldn't that be murder, even though it was a beast? Yeah. So where's the connection here, man? Think just a little bit harder about what you were just saying, Chance. Where's the connection? They killed this lamb. That would be murder because they weren't allowed to eat flesh. And so you would think Cain's offering was better than Abel's because he offered the fruits of the ground where Cain killed. I mean, Abel killed and offered an innocent animal. And so it don't make sense, does it? Because they weren't even allowed to eat nor kill. They weren't allowed to kill either. So where's the connection, man? Think a little bit harder. Go ahead, Phyllis.
I disagree that it was a sin to commit murder, that was murder, because he told Adam that he had control over, that he would rule over the animals. We have control over the animals, so we rule over them. So if we kill one of them, it was to make a sacrifice to Yahuwah as a sweet smelling offering.
That one came later on in the old priesthood. This was before anything was ever killed by anything. Why would they kill if they weren't going to eat? I mean, to me, it's a sin. At least it should be. What would they kill for? To make animal skin clothing? To warm themselves and then throw the carcass out and let it rot to the ground? I mean, no animals ate flesh either. Even the animals were vegetarians at this point. Nothing ate flesh. So where's this connection at? There's a connection here. You're right, Phyllis, in one way, but there's a connection here that we're not saying. Go ahead, Chance.
The only thing that's coming to me at this moment is life is in the blood. You know, so if a life was given and the blood was offered, then they must have been atoning for some sort of life, you know. That's kind of what's coming to me so far. I agree with you that they weren't eating flesh, and I think it's evil to kill to provide for yourself when trees and plants do yield their fruit to you, and it makes sense. It's like giving you a fruit, but it was almost like Cain was making an offering of appreciation where Abel was making an offering of atonement, a crime, life. He was taking life to atone.
Yeah, Jelly is making an interesting statement. Fruits of the ground still represent death. The returning to the fruit to dust. They both offered a form of death. That's an interesting statement there, Joe. Go ahead, Ross.
Is it possible that, because it says about his flocks, he brought a representation of his flocks, and then he was trying to help his parents get back to the Father Yahuwah by offering something like he said about the blood, and just that offering obeisance for being able to get over and go past that original sin that had happened when that had happened with Adam and Kua, and that they were the part of the flock that he was talking about, because it said about the heart and everything. So everybody's heart was coming towards the Father rather than going away. Is that possible?
Sort of, I guess it maybe, yeah. Anybody else? Sandra?
So I'm kind of wondering, is this possibly a prophecy of the redemption of Yahusha to bringing us back to the Father? That's what I'm kind of seeing here, is like, now that you pointed this question out, I'm saying this. that the reason why they knew to do this offering was to go back to worshiping the Father. So he said the sheep, we're called the sheep of his pasture. And it's coming to my mind that he had given them and provided for them, each of them, in their said occupations. And they recognized that he had given unto them. So they wanted to give back to him. And so in giving back to him, this is what they choose to give of the prosperity that he had given unto them. But it's also a prophecy of Yahusha bringing us forth to give unto the Father, as it talks about in Yashayahu chapter 53. We're going to be given, we're the fruit that's going to be given unto him from his blood sacrifice.
Yeah, but I don't know where they would have got all this information from, man. You know what I'm saying? But Rick, you're saying it doesn't really say he killed it, does it? Yeah, yes, it does, Rick.
Because they're of Yahuwah. Remember, he's the substance that's in them.
It says that and it came to be in the course of time that Cain brought an offering of the fruit, and Abel also brought of the firstborn of his flock and of their fat. And so of their fat, he would have to kill it to get its fat, you know. And so, yeah, he killed this animal. I hear you, Sandra. I know what you're saying. Go ahead, Chance.
What's coming to me is that they have the knowledge to know whether to bring offerings and stuff. This would, you know, it would let me know that there is some knowledge of some sort of covenant, some priesthood. You know what I mean? Because who's this going to come out of their house, out of the garden, or come out of the womb and just start making fire and animal sacrifices? There's got to be some kind of royal priesthood here, you know, that Yahuwah has probably given this knowledge to Adam and Hua when they were in the Garden of Eden. This is theoretical, though. This ain't. And but the evidence is clear. They're making firstborn, which is all over prophecy, firstborn fruits, first fruits, firstborn of creation. There's so much prophecy behind that stuff. It even it says Cain brought an offering of the fruit of the ground, and Abel brought of the firstborn of his flock. So he's saying that Cain's was just the fruit of the ground. It wasn't the first fruits of the ground. It was fruit of the ground. But it would lead me. Yeah.
Go ahead.
It would lead me to think and accept that Adam and Hua taught their children the ways of Yahuwah.
I think they were geniuses. I really do, man. And because they were created adults with a fully developed mind, and they could speak. I think they could write and read. I think he created them very, very intelligent. And therefore they would have been able to reason this out. But what event do you think may have sparked them to reason this out and explained it to Cain and Abel, if in fact that is what happened. It could be just that Cain and Abel decided one day, hey, let's do an offering to Yahuwah, man, out of respect and love and worship him. You know what I mean? Maybe they just came up with it on their own. People do come up with things, you know. This is how things get invented. Go ahead, Phyllis.
Perhaps their Cain and Abel's mom and dad said, whatever you do, don't sin, because this is what we did. And here's what Yahuwah did. He killed an animal to cover our sin.
Ah, finally. I knew you would get it sooner or later. Okay, so going back over here then, what we were looking at before, it says, remember we were talking about this last week, and the man called his ashes name Kua, so he named her apart from himself, which was a big mistake, but nevertheless, that's what he did, because she became the mother of all the living. This isn't talking about every human being. This is talking about the mother of the living, just like Yahuwah is the Elohim of the living and not the dead. So she's just the mother of those who will be in eternal reign, those who will be delivered. Why? Because Adam and Kua was Yisrael. That's why. And Yahuwah Elohim made coats of skin for the man and his asha and dressed them. So apparently they saw that he killed these animals, and that he did, in fact, put skins on him, let blood drip down them as an atonement to cover up their sins, and sent them out in preparation for the until the Lamb of Yahuwah would come in the fulfillment of time. And so he temporarily covered up that sin. So they saw that, and they knew that carcass laid there and went to waste. Okay. And so perhaps they decided that, hey, instead of letting this carcass lay here and rot or go to waste, because none of the animals even ate it back then. Let's offer the fat and the meat to Yahuwah as an offering. Let's worship Yahuwah. And so that's what they decided to do. And then Cain apparently decided he was going to do his own, and he would bring in the fruits of his labors as well. Okay, so the difference here then is what? Why was Cain's offering rejected, and why was Abel's accepted? Ross?
Well, it was rejected when they put the fig leaves on them too. So he should have known that it was already going to be rejected then at that point, because Yahuwah killed the animal to cover the sin and took away what they had done by sewing together the fig leaves to cover their sin. So,
wow. Okay, that's a good point. Your mind, I can't believe how your mind works. That's
me?
I would have never went into that direction. That's pretty wild. You got a weird mind. No, I'm just kidding. All right, go ahead, Phyllis.
I was just agreeing with Sister Roz, because I'm thinking, yeah, the Adam and Eve's idea was to cover their sin with leaves. That's great, Roz. But Yahuwah's idea of covering their sin was with a sacrifice. I think that's awesome.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah, I think Cain would have been better off if he'd have teamed up with his brother and did the sacrifice together. But when he decided to separate himself from his brother and do his own sacrifice, it was sort of like Adam deciding to separate himself from his helpmate and give her a different name. Division's never a good thing. It's all evil and wicked people want to do is divide, 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 divide. Yahuwah doesn't want to divide. Yahuwah wants to multiply and multiply and multiply. So it's the opposite of what Yahuwah wants to do. isn't it? Go ahead, Sandra.
So with that thought in mind, that provoked this question in me. So is that why he said Abel had a better offering? Because remember in Hebrews 7, 8, and 9, and 10, it talks about Yahusha being the better offering. Is that basically like what Sister Roz was saying? He offered a better.
Without the shedding of blood, there can be no remission of sins.
Yeah. Okay. That makes sense. Good job, Sister Roz.
Anybody else? Chance?
I understand.
Yeah, I feel like Quain's offering should have been the first fruits and not just the fruit of the ground. It should have been the first fruits, just like Abel's was the firstborn. You see, his offering was of first fruit. I mean, it was a first fruit offering where Quain, kind of example, Aaron's children brought strange fire to Yahuwah, and they were consumed in it, and they got burned because they were making an offering outside of the way of Yahuwah. In their heart, they brought strange fire, just like Quain said, I'm just going to offer what I feel like is good for you. I'm going to give you what I think you're worthy of. And Yahuwah saw that intention in his heart. You know what I mean? And he's seen that. It was like, you know what? You give me your first fruit. Give me the first fruit of your ground. Don't give me what you think is acceptable. I am Yahuwah. You give me your first fruits. And he went ahead and had these intentions hidden in his heart. You know what I mean? And said, I'm going to eat the first fruit. You can have this, though. And Yahuwah saw that and it was wicked in his eyes. But Abel came with that first, the firstborn, and gave a perfect offering where Quain had such and such to think about it, and it became wicked in his eyes.
Yeah, no doubt. Abel, his heart was in the right place, man. He was really making this his best offering that he could to Yahuwah. So it wasn't just an act of religion or obedience to him. He was really poured his heart into it, and so the problem is that Yahuwah really doesn't delight in this kind of activity. Okay, he really doesn't. I can show you quite a few scriptural verses to prove that. But Yahuwah doesn't really delight in sacrificing in itself, is this act in itself. But he's delighting in the heart, the right heart of the person who is offering it to him, such as Abel's was. Okay. So the big problem comes in here with not only a misunderstanding of sacrifices and all this other kind of stuff, but when they continue to, men kept doing this over and over, and it just became monotonous, right? And a problem arose is that with people whose heart were far from Yahuwah, like Cain's was, are just going through these acts, religious acts, okay, rituals or motions, and as though this is what makes them set apart. And this is a big problem for Yahuwah, and he doesn't like it. And so this is, I think, the difference between these two men's sacrifices here. Abel was really into it, man. He was really trying to praise and worship Yahuwah and put Yahuwah on the throne and be the best servant possible, where Cain was grumbling about it and complaining about it, and probably didn't even offer his first fruits like Chance was suggesting. And if he did, his heart was still wasn't in the right place, so it wouldn't have mattered anyway, right? So he was just doing it more as an act. Oh, my stupid Abel come up with this idea. I don't want to do this. It's dumb, you know. I mean, did it anyway. Then Abel's all of a sudden was accepted, and his wasn't. He got really wroth and jealous of Abel to the point where he killed him, became the first murderer. Go ahead, Ross.
Isn't it also that food is what we ate? And so he was given the Father something that was like equal to us. And if he was Abel gave something that was more spiritual, so the food would be carnal, you know, the vegetables would have been carnal. The lamb would have been more of a spiritual offering and more pleasing, because that's how the Father had chosen to do it before. But he was thinking more on lines of what the Father wanted rather than what he wanted. I don't know if I'm making myself clear. That's what Abel did. He pleased the Father rather than pleasing himself.
So where's the delight at? Where's the delight in these sacrifices to you? Where's it at? Go ahead, Chance.
Man, I just had I'm gonna try to word this as best as I can. Some fire came upon me. Okay. One was of belief. The righteousness of Yahuwah is in belief. So Abel came with an offering of belief, knowing that Yahuwah is. Cain came with an offering such as like, because I have to. You know what I mean? I have to do that. I have to, and it kind of screams out when Shaul was talking about the children of promise and the children of slavery from the Egyptian servant and of Abraham's Asha. One is free and the other one is bound. You know what I mean? And this kind of screams out in this direction for me. Is one is of belief and one is, you know, if you believe in your heart, that is acceptable to Yahuwah. Let's just cut it clear. Belief is what Yahuwah is looking for, and that's the gift given to us. So if we believe, we bring our firstborn, we bring our first fruits. You know, I don't know. I'm trying to word it good, but that's some heat right there. I just came. So
yeah. Go ahead, Phyllis.
I think what Chance is trying to get to is if your attitude is out of obedience, then that is, what was it you asked for? Delight. That is a delight in Yahuwah. That's what he delights in, is obedience and love and willingness of heart.
Yeah, I think his delight is in the pure thoughts, you know, that come from the heart of the person doing it. He doesn't really get delight in the act itself, but within that person, with the, you know, what's coming from their heart, I think is where his delight lies. And he likes the smell too. He likes the aroma of the sacrifice as well. And this is why he told him that the fat belongs to me, because it had the best, sweetest smell. You ever smell fat cooking, like on a steak? Man, it smells good, don't it? And so I think he delights in the aroma, but it's really in the heart of the person making the offering is where his delight lies in this. Other than that, man, if they're just doing it as an act of religion or some type of ritual, or because they think that by doing this somehow it's going to set them apart from all the other sinners, they're sadly mistaken, and Yahuwah hates it. He hates it when their heart's not in the right place. Okay? I think we're kicking a dead horse at this point, but go ahead, Roz.
What you just said about Yahuwah with the delight makes me think about how it is later on, where about smelling life or smelling death. He smelled life with Abel. He smelled death with Cain. because in one of the other books, it said that his offerings were not like the first offering. They were like an offering that wasn't even up to par, even in vegetable sense. So, whereas whereas Abel picked the first of the flock that was it was perfect.
Yeah. Go to Isaiah 1 real fast. Then I want to move on here. Look at those. Go to Isaiah 1, verse 11, 12, 13, 14. Who wants to read that? Go ahead, Jen, read that.
Okay, Isaiah 1, starting at 11.
Yeah, it'll be fine.
Of what use to me are your many slaughterings, declares Yahuwah. I have had enough of burnt offerings of rams and the fat of fed beasts. I do not delight in the blood of bulls or of lambs or goats. When you come to appear before me, who has required this from your hand to trample my courtyards? Stop bringing futile offerings, incense. It is an abomination to me. New moons, Shabbats, the calling of meetings. I am unable to bear unrighteousness and assembly. My being hates your new moons and your appointed times. They are a trouble to me. I am weary of bearing them.
Okay, that's good enough. I mean, I can go on and on. I can show you all kinds of verses like this. And so what is Yahuwah saying here? He's just simply saying, look, man, you come and do these things and your heart's not in the right place. This is an abomination to me. I can't stand them because you're not doing them because you love me or worshiping me. Okay, you're doing them because you think this is going to do something for you. And I can't stand it, so stop doing it. It's pretty clear, man. Go ahead, Chance.
Almost like it's the commands of men. You know,
Yeah.
you were showing this and you were doing it, but without the purest intentions in your heart. Yahuwah knows the courage of our kidneys, our guts, and the intentions of our heart would have to be in the right place. I have a theory on that with the Ruach HaKodesh and fire. You know what I mean? When we are praying, we are offering Kadash prayers to Yahuwah, which get put into a little vial, which gets put on the fire. We have to have that fire burning and bringing pureness and intentions in our heart to Yahuwah and make these well-pleasing offerings. And this is, kind of right up that lane for me.
Even if you pray, say you pray, okay, but you don't obey Torah, or you pray and deep down in your mind, you're doing it just because you want something. It's not that you really love him or worshiping him or adore him, but you're just doing it because maybe if I pray, maybe he'll give me a new house or a new car or something, or find me a new job, right? Does he like that prayer? Do you think he likes some sort of prayers, Phyllis?
He says the prayers of an unrighteous man is an abomination.
Yeah. Yeah, he don't like them kind of prayers because your heart's not in the right place, man. The best thing for you to do when you pray, believe this or not, is not to ask for anything for yourself, but to praise him. And if you want to pray for something, pray for somebody else. Pray for someone else besides yourself if you want to do that. The best thing to do is just to worship and praise him and tell him how great and wonderful he is, and thank him for everything he's done for you. Thank him for giving you life, letting you taste his life and see his light. How about that? Go ahead, Chance.
That's some good stuff there, Akmark. I always pray for Rezumka, his will to be done, so I learn how to understand how to walk in his will and do what is right and well-pleasing in his eyes. To be enlightened with the understanding to be able to serve. I'm not worthy to be called a servant, but to learn how to serve and be available to you for that work, because I am not worthy. You know, it is an honor to call upon Yahuwah, that great Kadash name, but I'm not worthy of that. He found me in the darkest points of my life. So what I try to do is just try to stick with let me walk according to your will. Let me learn your Razun and let me learn how to serve and do what is right in your eyes. Because he who does turn his eye away from the Torah does become an abomination. Why? Because we start to look at Yahuwah as a servant and we ask for things. Are we serving Yahuwah or is Yahuwah serving us? Which one? You know, people that don't have Torah in their eyes and don't understand who Yahuwah is ends up crying out for things, and they end up treating our Creator as if he's some kind of servant to us. That would be an abomination in my eyes.
Yeah, they treat him like he's some type of genie or something, you know, or they can command him to do things, you know. It's kind of weird. Go ahead, Roz.
Well, going with what you were saying before, even if somebody is worshiping the Father, if their heart is not in it and they're just doing it to get something, means that they're just not really worshiping him. They're still kind of worshiping, you know, they're just doing it about themselves still. So they have to have it and have to have the Father in it to be able to, with a pure heart of praising the Father. If I'm not sure if I'm saying it right, but that also goes along with, like, when people give, you're supposed to be giving because you want to give, not because, like, to a person, like helping a person. Like, if you're begrudged to give to a person, then you're not really giving to that person. You know, if you're trying to give to them so that you can get like a pat on your back because you did it, you know, and a lot of people do it that way. They give something to someone else just so that they can say, oh, well, I gave it to somebody else and blah, blah, blah. Like, they, you know, that's going to put them one foot in Shamaim. It's not. You have to give because you want to give, because it's a child of the Father, not because you're having to give, or not because you're, you know what, all of it is, you have to give with the right heart.
Yeah, I think so too. Okay, let's go ahead and move on, Phyllis.
Or is it, I've lost the verse. Is that 9?
I think you're on 9.
And Yahuwah said to Cain, where is Abel, your brother? And he said, I do not know. Am I my brother's guardian? And he said, what have you done? The voice of your brother's blood cries out to me from the ground. And now you are cursed from the Eretz, which has opened its mouth to receive your brother's blood from your hand. If you till the ground, it shall no longer yield its strength to you. You shall be a fugitive and a wanderer on the Eretz. And Cain said to Yahuwah, my punishment is too great to bear. See, you have driven me from the face of the ground today, and I am hidden from your face. I shall be a fugitive and a wanderer on the Eretz, and it shall be that anyone who finds me kills me.
Okay, hang on a minute. Okay, going back up here then. What do you, you know, well, I've read this. I've always thought that, you know, Cain was so wroth and so jealous of Abel that he did this murder as kind of mocking Abel's sacrifice to Yahuwah by, you know, killing the lamb to Yahuwah and shedding its blood. He said, I'll show you how to sacrifice. You know, killed him, right? And shed his blood. Kind of in a mad rage type, copycatting type thing, you know. I don't know why that's always been in my mind, but it always has. But what do y'all think about this Abel's blood going on the ground and the ground crying out to Yahuwah. The voice of your brother's blood cries out to me from the ground. What do y'all think that means? That's a huge verse, isn't it? Phyllis?
I just relate it to when Yahusha told not to eat the meat with the blood in it because the life is in the blood. That's just what I'm thinking.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Anybody else? Any thoughts on that? Yeah, it seems that the life is in the blood. And so the life of Abel was trapped in the earth, and calling out to Yahuwah. That's where the life is. It was really weird. I was watching some type of thing on TV a couple of days ago. It was one of them survival shows, and they had this couple. They were living up in Alaska, and they killed this sheep, and they bled it out, and they were catching its blood in cups and drinking its blood. Man, I was going, wow, man, you got to be kidding me. And it was just kind of a sickening thing, man. I mean, I don't know, but there's something we're not supposed to do. And speaking of that, don't you get any ideas, Speedy? Don't you be drinking no blood, especially that pig blood. Well, Speedy might be trying to get some ideas back here. Go ahead, Sandra.
So is this also a witness that he is the Elohim of the living and not of the dead? Or his blood was crying out because he had been killed. But it says in Hebrews 11, verse 4, by belief Habel offered to Yahuwah a greater slaughter offering than Cain, through which he obtained witness that he was righteous, Yahuwah witnessing of his gifts, and through it, having died or fallen asleep, he still speaks because he's not really dead yet. The second death, he's still alive. That's what came to my mind.
Yeah, man, he's still alive. But the life was drained out with the blood, man. Do you think that the light left with the blood when it left the body? Do you think the light left with it? Possibility, huh? Any other comments, thoughts, or questions?
When it depend on which light you're talking about, because remember when Samuel was raised, his Ruach was raised with him. And it says in Kohelet that our flesh goes back to the earth where we came from, but our Ruach goes back to whom gave it.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just paraphrasing that a little bit.
Uh-huh.
A lot bit, because our Ruachs come from him.
Yeah, man, I don't know. Roz?
Shemuel died. He didn't get killed, so his blood would still be inside his body. Whereas
I think
Abel
no, you're right. That's right.
was drained out, drained out because he had a wound.
Oh.
And so, that could be what you were saying about the light, because it would have continued to do it,
Mm-hmm.
And the other thing, well, I'm sorry, go ahead. I lost my train of thought on that.
No, I'm just asking, man. I don't know. Go ahead, Chance.
Perhaps the blood that is in us has been corrupted since the Garden of Eden, and this causes us to age and get wrinkly and get old and die and wither. And I mean, like even when people go to sleep in their flesh, they quickly drain the blood out to embalm you, because if that blood stays in there, you decompose quicker. Corrupted blood.
Yeah. I don't know. It just seems common sense to me that you're not supposed to drink blood. I mean, I can't even stand when somebody eats a raw steak. Even a medium cooked steak grosses me out. I like mine well done. I don't want to see any pink on mine at all. I can't stand it. Go ahead, Ross.
They've been having that thing about that volcano in Hawaii erupting. What color is it? It's red. When the earth gets heated up, it melts and it becomes the lava. And so the blood coming into it was kind of like it was receiving its own back.
My wife, she always order her steak medium, rare. I tell her, stop doing that. Don't eat that like that, And you're not supposed to eat that like that, And but she's cut back on it somewhat now, but she still has some pink in that. I can't stand it, man. I don't know. Go ahead, Phyllis. Don't tell me you drink blood.
No, unless you soak the blood out before you cook it, the blood is still inside. You put your meat in water and salt and soak that blood out before you cook it. Then you can cook it at any temperature you want.
Oh, that's a good point. Yeah, because if you just cook it with the blood on it, you're just drying the blood up, right? And you're still eating it. That's a good point. Anybody else? Thoughts, comments, or questions on that one? Okay, let's go, Phyllis.
He says, and what have you done? The voice of your brother's blood cries out to me.
You're down about 15 now.
15? Oh, thank you. And Yahuwah said to him, well, if one kills Cain, vengeance is taken on him sevenfold. And Yahuwah set up a sign for Cain, lest anyone finding him kills him.
Okay, stop.
I figure so.
Obviously, my next question is, who is Cain afraid of? If Cain and Abel were Adam and Kua's first and second child, there was nobody else on the Eretz, who was Cain afraid of here? Why is he so terrified? And who is Yahuwah talking about? You're going to put a sign out there that says, if anybody kills Cain, I'm going to take vengeance on him sevenfold. Make a sign. Who's going to read the sign? What's going on here, man? Sandra?
The mankind that he had been tossed out of the garden to now live with, the nations.
Mm-hmm. This is mankind. We created on the sixth day. Yahuwah created everything in 6 days, as far as this literal world goes. And he rested on the seventh. On the eighth day, he didn't retire. On the eighth day, he created the kings and priests that was going to rule with him over his creation. All the kinds that he had created. And that was Yisrael. So Adam and Kua is Yisrael. So obviously here Cain was afraid of somebody. Yeah, we all have heard this false doctrine. We run into Christianity mostly that, this was when they were 500 years old and Adam and Kua had already given birth to 500 children. males and females, and they were all mating and committing incest and all this other stuff, and that's who Cain was afraid of. Well, Scripture don't say nothing like that. They're adding. That's being a den of adders. Scripture don't say that. Talking about the Apocrypha, I mean, they're making up their own Apocrypha when you start talking like that. You don't say nothing like that, man. That's man-made, self-made Apocrypha right there. And so this mankind had already existed. Okay. How do we know that the earth, carbon copied world, was already created before he created Adam? How do we know that? That this dirt earth existed before he created Adam? How do we know that? Roz?
There's one sentence in there when Cain is going out, and it speaks of a city or a country named Ashur. And so we know that there was something, because how would it get there? How would the name of it be there if there wasn't somebody out there already that was named that and it was named?
No.
No?
No. We're going to get to that in a minute. There was no city name. What I'm asking is, how do we know that this carbon copied world, this dirt world that we live in, was created before Adam was? Sandra?
Well, it tells about its creation in Bereshit, Genesis chapter 1, verse, let me see. And Elohim, it says, and it was so. And Elohim called dry lands Eretz, and the collection of Mayim he called Yamim. And in verse 2, chapter 2, verse 1, he said, thus the Shamim and the Eretz were completed in all their array. So that's how we know that they were created before, because then he's on the 8th day after Shabbat is when he began to take from the earth and created Eden, and then he created Adam. Then
He created Adam out of the earth.
out of the earth. Mm-hmm.
So
That's
the earth had to be there for him to create Adam out of it. And furthermore, what did he tell Adam after they sinned? What did he tell Adam?
Said, dust you came from and dust you return.
That's right.
Dust you are.
Dust you came from, dust you are. So it had to exist before him if he came from it.
That's 3:16.
So this is
3:19.
Yeah, this is proof that this carbon copy world existed. Adam was removed from it and put into the garden, but after they sinned, he was removed from the garden and put back into the earth where he came from, and where mankind was, and all the other kinds. Pretty clear. So how are they getting around? Oh, the whole world was paradise and this and that, and there they go again, making up their own apocrypha. Go ahead, Chance.
I've been sitting here thinking on verse 14. See, you have driven me from the face of the ground, and I am hidden from your face. Yeah. I'd like to just esteem Yahuwah behind the face of Yahuwah. If we're hidden from that face, he sustains all, and all is held together by his power. If we're outside of Yahuwah, we're in big trouble. We're in the world without Yahuwah, and that in itself is a scary thing to behold. I remember back when, just a brief look backward, being alone in the world without Yahuwah and his face hidden from you, how great was it? How great was it? It was terrible in there. I was terrible back then. The peace and joy Yahuwah brings, I can't even, it would be a shame for me to try to give any understanding of it. It surpasses all my understanding. So the face of Yahuwah is That's like the pinnacle of that situation there. Forget mankind. What about the face of Yahuwah? Quain was broken there. Oh, my Yahuwah, my light. I have no light. It's darkness. Where's my light? I'm going to die. And look, even in Debarim, if you search with all of your heart and all of your mind, only then you shall find me. You know? So there's a lot of prophecy about the face of Yahuwah here. So I think, jostling over this is the big, I wouldn't want to pass that up. The face of Yahuwah is everything. That's it.
Yeah. And so he said, I'm going to be a fugitive and a wanderer. I'm the arrest, and it shall be that anyone who finds me kills me. Then Yahuwah says, well, if anyone kills Cain, vengeance is taken on him sevenfold. And Yahuwah set up a sign for Cain. He put up a sign that said that anybody finding Cain kills him, be in big trouble. And
So Yahuwah is still protecting him.
He's still showing him protection, isn't he? He doesn't hate him, does he?
No.
And
he still loves him.
Yeah. Okay. So very interesting concept here, but obviously Cain's afraid of somebody, and there's people around to read Yahuwah's sign. And interestingly here, they can read. Notice that they can read. And so these first people can read, man. Even mankind can read. So when he made people, he made them intelligent, man. They weren't cavemen running around going, ooga, ooga, like this. They were intelligent people, man. They could read, they could write. Any thoughts, comments, or questions on that? We have 4 more openings here if anybody wants to come in and join us. I think we were a little bit too much to handle for that other guy. I didn't mean to overpower him with truth, but when you come in here in a teaching like this, you're going to get fed a lot of truth. Okay, so this guy here, Samsung got 14. If you're still on, I just want you to know, you have this equal sign here. Ahaya does not mean Jesus, okay, at all. Ahaya means I will be in Hebrew. It's not even a name. And so this Jesus, which means hail Zeus or son of Zeus, has no correlation to Ahaya. So Ahaya, Asher Ahaya, is not a name. It's a declaration. I will be who I will be. That's what that means. He gives his name further down. Keep reading in context. You'll come to his true name. If you have the correct translation, that is. So, no, this isn't true whatsoever right here. Sorry. Go ahead, Chance.
Like you always say, Mark, you can't confine Yahuwah to your, you know what I mean? That statement, Ahaya, Asha, Ahaya, is telling you, I will be who I will be, and I will not be contained by you. You will not put me in some heart-shaped box and confine me. I'm beyond the limitations of your mind. Just like he says, the Shemaim is higher than the Eretz, so am I. Can't comprehend him. I'm sorry, but I agree with you there, and just kind of bringing a little backup to that, you know what I mean? You cannot be confining Yahuwah. Yahuwah is not going to be described or depicted by any man-made creation that our minds can conceive. Yahuwah is outside of that and is overwhelmingly powerful. And we can comprehend that and just humble ourselves to that. You do well. You do very well, because if you don't, then you're going to try to confine him somewhere.
Yeah. Anybody else? Thoughts, comments, questions? Come on, fellas. Let's roll.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Verse 16. So Cain went out from the presence of Yahuwah and dwelt in the land of Nob on the east of Eden. And Cain knew his Asher, and she conceived and bore Canok. And he built a city and called the name of the city after the name of his son, Canok.
Okay, hang on. Okay, so remember we were talking about there was a territory named Eden, and this is where Yahuwah placed the Garden of Eden in that territory of Eden, the garden. And so this land here now is the territory east of Eden. It's called Nob. It's just a territory, if you will. And Cain finds his way over to Nob and finds a woman, gets an Asha, obviously from mankind, because there wasn't too much. I mean, there's people on the Eretz, there's no doubt about it. Whether you believe these were all sons and daughters of Adam and Eve, or if you believe that Yahuwah made mankind, male and female, I guess it's strictly up to you. But Cain nevertheless found him a wife over in Nob. And even if Cain and Eve had 500 children, would they have ventured that far away from home? I don't know. But anyway, on the other side of Eve, he finds a wife in Nob, and then she bears a son named Enoch. It's not the Enoch, the famous Enoch. This is a different Enoch. It's not the same Enoch. And he builds a city, and he calls the name of the city after his firstborn son, Enoch. So it's the city of Enoch, named after his firstborn son. Okay. Now, could Cain have built an entire city by himself? And if he could have, what would have been the purpose of that? For him and his Asha to inhabit a city? I mean, all they needed was a house, wasn't it? So could Cain have done that? Highly unlikely. If you've ever tried to build a house, a shed, a barn by yourself, you know what I'm talking about. Extremely highly unlikely. With an Asha, probably. He still probably would have been knocking her upside the head with a couple planks here and there. But it would have maybe been likely. Maybe. Still would have been hard. So who helped Cain build this city? And what was the purpose of the city? Well, I think that Cain built this city for his wife's family, her relatives. And they lived there together. You know, he lived there with her and her relatives, is what it seems to be. And maybe Cain was like the boss or the mayor of that city. So what do y'all think of that?
Mm-hmm.
Entire city for 3 people, 2 adults and a baby, or what? Chance?
Maybe like a foreshadow of what we call Jerusalem today. You know, for a sealed group of people called Yashrael to dwell together. You know, so maybe this was like one of the first foreshadows of like what we call Jerusalem today, a city, because there wasn't very many children from Adam and Kuah yet, but it seems like all their seed is he built this city kind of like a safe dwelling from outside of mankind, like when they were in the Garden of Eden, you know, just to be separated from mankind, even though they're still on the Eretz. So like, you know what I mean? Like the seed of the living.
Now this is Cain now.
Yeah.
the one that just murdered Abel. But I mean, I get what you're saying, but this to me would be more of a habitation of the flesh rather than a spiritual habitation. Anybody else got any comments, thoughts, or questions on that? Everybody pretty much in agreement with what I said? Okay. So he's got himself a wife. He's got himself a child. They build a city, and they're inhabiting the city. And let's go on from there then, Phyllis.
Okay, verse 18. And to Canuck was born Arad, and Arad brought forth Mehuiah, and Mehuiah brought forth Methuselah, and Methuselah brought forth Lamech, and Lamech took for himself 2 wives. The name of one was Ada, and the name of the second was Silla. And Ada bore Jabal, and he was the father of those who dwell in tents with livestock. And his brother's name was Jabal. He was the father of all those who play the lyre and flute. As for Silla, she also bore Tubal Cain, a smith of all kinds of tools in bronze and iron. And the sister of Tubal Cain was Naamah. And Lamech said to his wives, Ada and Silla, hear my voice. Wives of Lamech, listen to my words. For I have killed a man for wounding me, even a young man for hurting me. For Cain is avenged 7-fold, and Lamech 77-fold. And Adam knew his Asher again, and she bore a son and called his name Sheth. For Elohim has appointed me another seed instead of Habel, because of Cain had slain him. And to Sheth, to him also a son was born, and he called his name Anash. Then he began to call on the name of Yahuwah.
Okay. All right. So a lot of things are going on now, but look at it here where it says Adam knew his Asher again, and she bore a son and called his name Sheth. For Elohim has appointed me another seed instead of Abel, because Cain had slain him. Okay, so they continue with spouting off with their poison, their wormwood, and say that this is all incest of Adam and Eve had many other children. Okay, does that mean all they had was daughters? Because this is saying that Sheath is another seed instead of Abel. But this must have been the next son born to them if they was going to replace Abel, because of the birth sequence of the birth takes priority, right? So the firstborn son would be the one that would inherit everything. And so if there was 100 sons before Seth, but Seth was the one that was chosen to take over the inheritance of Abel, that wouldn't make any sense, because them other 100 brothers want to beat Abel up and get rid of him like Joseph's brothers did him, right? Because he became Jacob's favorite son. And so this causes problems. And so more than likely, this means that Seth was the next born son that replaced Abel. He didn't have any other sons between them. He may have had some daughters, but would he have had $100, $500, $1,000 before he had another son? Highly unlikely, although Yahuwah can do whatever Yahuwah wants. Picking up what I'm laying down on that one? So this seems to be that Seth was the third son to Adam and Kuah. They didn't have any more children. Maybe some daughters, but it really doesn't tell us that. Thoughts, comments, questions? We got 4 openings, man. Some more people come on in here, man. Go ahead, Chance.
I got pretty excited about this. I'm gonna try to calm down and get this out as best as I can. Bear with me. So Yahusha said, "For judgment I've come into this world. I am the light, and men love darkness more than light because their works were wicked." So with Cain, evil prevailed. His works were wicked. And Yahuwah, as this being a prophecy like Yahusha, Seth is the son, as it is said, because this is the one where it says, also a son was born, and he began to call on the name of Yahuwah, as it is a foreshadow of the prophecy of Yahusha in the beginning. He began to call on the name of Yahuwah, making sure like light comes back into the world. So Yahuwah replaced Abel as a prophecy of Yahusha. You see it?
Yeah, Sheth began to call on the name of Yahuwah.
Yeah, that's the light coming back into the world. It's thick on me right now. I can feel it, but
let's get over to John 1. Go to John 1 with that, saying that there. Chance.
Okay, I'm here. I'm almost there. Wow, that's something, isn't it?
Yeah, read that for us, will you?
Which one? What do you want me to read here?
John 1.
Okay, here we go. Let me get there. Woo! John 1. In the beginning was the Word, and the Word was with Elohim, and the Word was Elohim. And he was in the beginning with Elohim, and all came to be through him, and without him not even one came to be that came to be. In him was life, and life was the light of men. How far do you want me to go here?
Let's keep going.
And the light shines in the darkness, and the darkness has not overcome it. There was a man sent from Elohim whose name was Yehochanan. This one came for a witness to bear witness of the light, that all might believe through him. He was not the light, but the light might bear witness of that light. He was the true light, which enlightens every man coming into the world. He was in the world, and the world came to be through him, and the world did not know him. He came to his own, and his own did not receive him. But as many as received him, to them he gave authority to become children of Elohim, to those believing in his name. You see that? He came calling on the name of Yahuwah, calling it again. This is the light coming. This is a prophecy. Wow, I'm just blown away by this. He's all over me right now. I'm on fire, so I'm trying to calm down here. Who were born not of blood, nor of the desire of flesh, nor of the desire of man, but of Elohim. And the Word became flesh and pitched his tent among us, and he saw his esteem as of an only begotten of the Father, complete in favor and truth. Yehochanan bore witness of him and cried out, saying, "This was he of whom I said, he who comes after me has become before me, because he was before me." And out of his compassion, out of his completeness, we all did receive, and favor upon favor. For the Torah was given through Musha. The favor and the truth came through Yahusha, Mashiach, life-giving Ruach. No one has ever seen Alua, the only begotten Son, who is in the bosom of the Father. He did declare, and now this was the witness of Yehochanan. You want me to read all this?
Oh, you're good.
Okay.
Go ahead, Ross.
With changing over from one thing to the other, did you mention about 5:4, Genesis 5:4 before? Well, anyway, it's after Seth was born, Adam lived 800 years and had other sons and daughters. So that to me alludes that it's because it didn't just say other daughters, it's other sons. and daughters. So it sounds to me like there was other children, other sons that were born after him, but they weren't, their name is not mentioned in there because they didn't have to do with the lineage that is going down to Yahusha.
Well, we haven't got that far yet, but it does say that after he brought forth Sheth, the days of Adam were 800 years, and he brought forth sons and daughters. And so all the days of Adam was 930 years. So this would have been after Cain, after Sheth. You know, see what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
And so before Sheth was born, Cain had already found him a woman, and he already had a kid, and the kid already growed up. They already named the city after the kid, and they built a city before Sheth was born, putting it in context. See what I'm saying? So that's later on, but we ain't got that far yet. We're still over and far. Go ahead, Chance.
And when Yahusha came, he said, I revealed your name to all. What is Sheth doing right here? He's revealing the name of Yahuwah. Just like what Yahusha was saying. It's like a foreshadow. It's prophecy being fulfilled. And the fact that to him also a son was born, you know, that's just, I don't know, that's amazing stuff right here. How prophecy connects up. That's some heat. Woo! Some fire right there. Isn't that good? That's amazing.
Yeah. Go ahead, Sandra.
So, Brother Mark, I was noticing that when Yahuwah created mankind to rule over the fish in the sea and over the birds of the sky, I mean, in verse 28, Yahuwah blessed them and said to them, bear fruit and increase and fill the earth, subdue it, and rule over the fish of the sea and over the birds of the shaming and over all the creatures moving on the earth. So this city that Cain built, he was sort of like what the anti-Mashiach and the false prophet are doing. He didn't tell them to build no city. So that's, he was still being opposition to Yahuwah, even there in building that city, is what I was getting out of that. Him building the city, he still was not doing Yahuwah's will.
Yeah, you're right. And we're going to see that duplicated with Noah and his sons after they come out of the ark, too. Keep that thought in mind. Anybody else? Thoughts, comments, or questions? Okay. Yeah, a lot going on here at this point. So Adam has had another son now, and he has had a son, named him Enosh, and then Sheth began to call upon, call on the name of Yahuwah, which is very interesting. Look at Exodus 3 real quick. Exodus 3, 13 through 16. And Moses said to Elohim, see, when I come to the children of Yisrael and say to them, the Elohim of your fathers has sent me to you, and they say to me, what is his name? What shall I say to them? And Elohim said to Moses, Ahaya Asher Ahaya. He said, thus you shall say to the children of Yisrael, Ahaya has sent me to you. And Elohim said further to Moses, thus you are to say to the children of Yisrael, Yahuwah, Elohim of your fathers, the Elohim of Abraham, the Elohim of Yitzhak, and the Elohim of Jacob has sent me to you. This is my name forever, and this is my remembrance to all generations. Go, and you shall gather the elders of Yisrael together and say to them, Yahuwah, Elohim of your fathers, Elohim of Abraham, of Yitzhak, and of Jacob, appeared to me, saying, I have indeed visited you and seen what is done to you in Mitzrayim. So here, way back here, Sheth began to call on the name of Yahuwah. So they knew his name. How else would he call on it? But yet, did they forget the name of Yahuwah? Or it's just Moshe didn't know his name? Which one? What's going on here? That was Yahuwah's name forgotten through the generations leading up to Moses? What do y'all think? At one point, it must have been forgotten. What point was it forgotten? Go ahead, Chance.
You know, when they got into captivity and went into Egypt, he's like, Yahuwah hid his face again and his name and everything, and they went after and served, the mighty ones of Egypt. And
But did they retain his name? Did they still remember his name, didn't they? It says the Sheth began to call on the name of Yahuwah. Did everybody before Sheth forget about what Yahuwah's name was? Don't forget these people lived hundreds of years. Go ahead, Ross.
I don't think Abraham even knew the name of Yahuwah. Nobody, because it says that in there, because I was just reading that nobody actually knew the name of Yahuwah. Abraham, Yitzhak, Yaakov, because it said that.
Where does it say that at?
Let me see. I'll find
Show
it.
me that. Find that.
I'll find it.
Anybody else? Go ahead.
Doesn't this verse verify that they knew his name? Because Sheth began to call upon his name here in 426. So they knew his name.
Yeah. That doesn't mean that Adam and Kua or even Cain didn't call on his name. It just says that Sheth began to call on his name after he had his son, Enosh. That's all it's saying. So you see what I'm getting at here is people like to add all kinds of crazy stuff to Scripture, stuff that ain't even really there. They just add like crazy. Go ahead, Ross.
He was known as El Shaddai or Al Shaddai. He wasn't known as Yahuwah. That's in Genesis 1:17.
Read it.
Okay. And let's see. Was it 1:17? Hold on a second. 17:1. I reversed it.
What book are you in?
Genesis 17:1. And when Abram was 90 years old and 9, Yahuwah appeared to Abram and said unto him, I am Al Shaddai, walk before me and be perfect. So that's how they knew him.
Well, that's not his name. That just means overwhelmingly powerful.
Mm-hmm. But that's what he's saying. He's, I am Al Shaddai.
He's just telling what he is. He's not telling you that his name. It doesn't say that's my name. Because he told Musha, said, he said, I am Al Shaddai, but even by my name, Yahuwah, you know me. They know me.
Find that verse.
Okay.
Find that verse.
It was like it says Yahuwah Al Shaddai. When he says I am, that means that is his name, I am. So it was just like he was saying Yahuwah Al Shaddai.
Yeah. Don't forget Moses was he was raised Egyptian, And so he really didn't know anything about the Hebrew yet, you know. I mean, he may know something.
But his mother nursed him, and she was from the tribe of Louis.
Yeah, I say he knew some things,
he
but
knew something about it.
He wasn't raised with them. That's what I'm saying. Now, Abraham was the very first Hebrew person. He's the one that started Yisrael. He was the beginning of the covenant people. Okay. And so Abraham destroyed all the idols in his father's shop. His father was sold statues, and he destroyed them all. And that's why when Yahuwah saw him do that, that's why he said, I'm going to pick that guy, because he understood that those idols had no power, that they were just stones. And everybody else was afraid of them. Oh, don't do nothing to them statues. They'll hurt you. And he's like, man, they're just stones. You know, he broke them all up. He didn't care. And so he got the attention of Yahuwah. Of course, at this particular point, he wouldn't have known his name. Would he have? Probably not, because he grew up in Babylon. But he revealed his name to him, of course. And he became his friend. Go ahead, Ross. Sandra, you find that verse yet?
In the Sefer, it says, and I appeared unto Abraham, unto Yitzchak, and unto Yaakov by Al Shaddai, but my name Yahuwah was not known to them. And
okay,
then,
you're reading, what translation are you reading? You're not
that
reading
was Sefer. I'm going to read it from BYNV now. And I appeared to Abraham, to Yitzchak, and to Yaakov as Al Shaddai, and by my name Yahuwah was I not known to them. So it says in both of them.
So he was
in Exodus 6:3.
Exodus 6:3. Yeah, he's saying he was known by his name, Yahuwah. He's not saying he wasn't known like the separate time.
Right.
It was like a rhetorical question. Was I not known to them?
Yeah, it's just a matter of punctuation. Okay, so the Sefer, the King James, some other translations, they have the punctuation's wrong. They're putting them commas in the wrong place. Did you know that the original scrolls had no commas, periods, exclamation marks, and none of that? It was just a continued sentences rolling on, man. And so they had to try to figure out, when they decided to divide it into chapters and in verses, where to put periods and stuff, and where to cut the sentences off at. And they made mistakes doing that. There's no doubt about it. If you ever wrote a book and you had to proofread that book and edit that book, you'll see how many mistakes you make. You read it 100 times and you read it again, you're going to find more mistakes. It's incredible, the mistakes. And you don't even know. You think it's perfect. Oh, I got it this time. And you read it again, you find 20 mistakes. It's crazy. And so this is what we're finding in these translations. But did you find it yet, Sandra?
Well, that's the one I was talking. That's the one she just read. And I appeared to Abraham, Yitzchak, and to Yaakov as I appeared as Al Shaddai, and by my name Yahuwah. Was I not known to them? No, he's asking him a question.
Who's he talking to? Who's he addressing?
He's talking to Musha.
Okay, what's he saying? Read it again.
Okay, verse 2. I'm going to start at verse 2. This is Shemoth, Exodus chapter 6. And Elohim spoke to Musha and said to him, I am Yahuwah, and I appeared to Abraham, to Yitzchak, and to Yaakov as Al Shaddai. In other words, mightily, overwhelmingly, and by my name, Yahuwah. Was I not known to them?
Okay, so there's the answer, Ross. So what happened was to Abraham, Yitzchak, and Yaakov, okay, he appeared to them as Al Shaddai, overwhelming them with his power, okay? But then he revealed his name to Abraham, and he passed it down, of course, to Yitzhak, and then on to Jacob.
Yeah.
You say, see, he didn't know his name at first because he lived in Babylon. He was the beginning of all this. But he did know his name. Once he identified himself and revealed himself to Abraham, Abraham knew his name then.
Yeah. I understand it because in one version it didn't have a comma where it should have had a comma. So
Right. That's right.
yeah. Makes a big difference in it.
That comma makes a huge difference.
It
Better off
does, a
if you
huge
took them out.
difference.
You took them all out, you'd be better off. Go ahead, Jance.
What's coming to me is like, like if we're in a covenant, we got to know the name of who we're in agreement with. You know what I mean? That's a big problem. I feel like even today, we got a lot of people thinking they're in some sort of covenant and they don't even know who they're in a covenant with, and they don't even know what the covenant is. How can you be in an agreement with somebody if you don't even know their name or what the covenant is? But I think that question mark, was I not known by Yahuwah to them? Question. He's asking Moshe a question. Was I not known by my name? You know what I mean? In that Exodus 3, he was asking Moshe, like, am I not known by my name? And verse 6 here, when Quayne said, why are you wroth? Why is your face fallen? If you do well, is there not acceptance? Well, how do you do well? By the Torah. That's how you do well, because that's the instructions on how to do well. So there's a covenant there, But I don't know. That's all I got.
You know what's really interesting in that Exodus 6:3? It says, and I appeared to Abraham, Yitzhak, and Jacob. All three of those people saw Yahuwah. That's proof that they saw Yahuwah. And so let me ask you something. If Yahuwah is an invisible spirit and no one's ever seen Yahuwah before, or they would die, how is it that these three guys actually saw him? He says, I appeared to Abraham. That means they saw them. Abraham, Yitzhak, and Jacob saw Yahuwah. He appeared to them as Al Shaddai, overwhelmingly powerful spirit. And by my name, they knew him by his name, is what this is saying. But how is it they saw him? Sandra?
So it looks like he put his body of light in the form of a man for them to behold him. Because he made the body of light for him, but that body of light could take on many different forms. He was the man in the bush that Musha saw.
Yeah.
He was the man that Abraham had a little meal with before he went down to Sodom and Amorah. And with Yaqub, he was the man at the top of the ladder where the gateway was going up and down. So that's how they saw him, in his body of light in a form. Like when Yahushua, remember when Yahushua was resurrected from the dead, they saw his form because he showed him their wounds in their body.
Yeah. Obviously, he had to be in a visible body. Does that mean he gave up his omnipotence?
No.
She totally confined within a small perimeter?
No.
No.
He's the perimeter of everything existing and alive.
Right. He fulfills
life.
He fulfills everything while everything is within him. That's what Yahushua said. Do you not know that I am in my Father is in me? Go ahead, Ross.
Maybe that instead of it being actual flames, maybe it was the light that, just like you saw in those pictures that you had last night. Maybe that was the fire that he saw because it burned so bright.
What are you talking about? The burning bush?
Well, no, just, yeah.
Or
like,
what appeared to Abraham?
Yeah, that maybe instead of it being a fire, that it was the, just like in your pictures last night, because burning bright. And, that's how he knew that he was speaking out to him.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
I don't know. Hey, it says fire, so I don't know. I guess
It's also called fire of the Ruach too.
yeah, I mean, it's possible, I guess. I mean, we are talking about the Hebrew culture here, the Hebrew
Well, he
mind.
is a consuming fire.
Yeah, he is.
Mm-hmm.
Anybody have any thoughts, comments, or questions on chapter 4? Give me a reader for chapter 5. Who wants to read chapter 5? Go ahead, June.
This is the book of the genealogy of Adam. In the yom that Elohim created man, he made him in the likeness of Elohim. Male and female, he created them, and he blessed them and called their name Adam in the yom they were created. And Adam lived 130 years and brought forth a son in his own likeness after his image and called his name Seth. And after he brought forth Seth, the yomim of Adam were 800 years, and he brought forth sons and daughters. So all the yomim that Adam lived were 930 years, and he died. And Seth,
Okay, hang on a minute.
okay.
So does that mean, and Adam lived 130 years and brought forth a son in his own likeness after his image and called his name Sheth. And so if Adam lived 130 years before he had another son, Sheth, all right, does that mean that he had any other children before that? If he did, why is Yahuwah bothering letting us know that he lived to be 130 years and brought forth a son in his own likeness, named Image? Does that mean he had other kids? Until he had Sheth, and Sheth came in his own image, and so he became the inheritor? You know what that's talking about? In the Yom that Elohim created men, he created him in the likeness of Elohim. Male and female, he created them, and he blessed them and called their name Adam. In the Yom, they were created. So this could be mankind, it could be humanity. But Adam lived to be 130 years and brought forth the son in his likeness after his image, and he called his name Seth. And after he brought forth Seth, the Yamam of Elohim were 800 years, and he brought forth sons and daughters. So all the days of Adam was 930. So obviously, after he had Seth, the days of Adam were 800 years. And so between Seth and 130 and 800, between there, he brought forth sons and daughters. So in those years, he did bring forth more offspring. You see that? So all the Yamim that Adam lived were 930 years. So he died, within that the day that he sinned, because one day is 1,000 years to Yahuwah. And then it says Seth lived 105 years when he brought forth Enosh. Back over here to 26, Seth said also was a born, and he had a son and called his name Enosh. And he began to call on the name of Yahuwah. 130 years, or 105 years, I mean. And he was born. So there seems to be between Adam was 130 years to when he was 800 years. There was a lot of sons and daughters born to him, and Sheth would have also brought forth at least Enosh, at least a son within that period of time. So does this have anything to do with Cain's wife and his son Enoch and the city that he built? So by the time, it's kind of weird because, by the time Adam and Kua, when they sinned supposedly on the 10th day. So, Yahuwah made everything in 6 days. He rested on the seventh. He made Adam and Kua in the Garden of Eden on the 8th day. Okay. Then they sinned 2 days later on day 10 and got thrown out of the garden. Well, he didn't make them children. They were adults. So whatever year they began, year one, were they 1 year old when he created them? Is that where they're counting from when he got thrown out of the garden as year one to where he turned 130 years old? See what I'm saying? All right. So he gets thrown out there, and then he has Cain and Abel. It doesn't really say how long after they were thrown out that they had them, but let's just say 30 years. And that's that would be 100 years later. And he had Seth. In the meantime, Cain's out there with his woman having children and building cities within a 100-year period. Doesn't sound like he had Adam and Eve had any other children, until after Seth was born. Actually, it says, and he brought forth Seth, the Yamam of Adam, 800 years, and he brought forth sons and daughters within that 800-year period. Because then if you add 130 to that, and he's 130 when he brought forth Seth, there's your 930 years when he died. See what I'm saying? So he didn't have, doesn't sound like he had any more children prior to that 130 years. Y'all saying that? Is that agreeable? Phyllis?
I had another question.
Yeah.
I wonder why he has to specify when each man started to call upon his name. Mm-hmm. That would assume that not everybody called upon the name.
Maybe Adam and Kua was, or maybe they weren't. I don't know. But I'm going to take a wild guess here and say that Cain wasn't. And I'm not real sure if mankind knew his name, really, because it was Adam and Kua's job, okay, as the priests and the rulers with Yah, to go out there and educate them. And they never got to be able to do that because they fell. And more than likely, they were scared of them. And Cain was scared of them. So why wouldn't Adam and Kua be scared of them? They're probably scared of them and scared of the beasts of the field, too, once they got put out there in the world. So maybe they were even trying to avoid them. So maybe Cain and those that he went out and intermarried with didn't. But that would just leave Adam and Kua then. And that's it. Until they had Sheth. Adam was 130 years old. And then between 130 and 930, that 800-year period there, they had other sons and daughters then. Because that's what it says they did. That still doesn't tell us that Cain married one of his sisters. Because it doesn't sound like Adam and Kua had any children up to that 130-year point. See what I'm saying? So they had Sheth at 130, and then between 130 and 800-year-old, that period right there, and 130-year period, that 800-year period is when they had more sons and daughters. Well, Cain had long since married his Asha and had Enoch and built that city. And extremely highly doubtful that he did it by himself. Any thoughts, comments, questions? Sandra?
So I was wondering that since this is like it's saying this is the book of the genealogy of Adam, which is basically the first man, Adam, that was formed and created by Yahuwah. In verse 3, where it says, and Adam lived 130 years and brought forth a son in his own likeness, after his image, and called his name Sheth. This is just basically telling about the first man, Adam. It's just telling the history of where Yahuwah, where Israel had come from. This is sort of more or less talking about that specifically, rather than the fact that Yahuwah had already given Kua a son, Cain and Abel. But this is just telling like a generalization of the history of our nation here and how it came to be, is what I'm getting out of it.
Yeah, it's the genealogy of Adam, you know. Mm-hmm. But what I'm trying to point out here is that the ages that he had children, you know, is what I'm trying to say. We're gonna go ahead and read the full thing.
Oh,
here in a second, but and it's an important genealogy because it actually goes down to the famous Enoch, you know, that didn't die, and Noah.
Because I think this is given in is this in Luke, where he takes the genealogy of Yahusha back to Adam, or was it in Matthew? So yeah, I think this is what this is a record of.
Yeah, well, it's got it in it. Yeah. Well, we'll finish it here in a second. Go ahead, Ross.
My thing, because I know we're going into it, but the names. Why did they repeat the names? Kanok, and I think Methuselah was also in Cain's children. Wasn't there Methuselah or something very similar to it? I know there was a couple.
The only ones I know of is we go into Cain's lineage geology too here. We'll get to that. But basically just overlapping. I mean, like, you know, there's probably 1 million people named Joe, right? Just overlapping, man. That's all. You know, they like the name, you know, I guess. I don't know. Maybe they didn't associate. I mean, I don't think Cain associated with Adam and Kua or Sheth. You know, I don't think he did. I think he stayed away from him after he was run off. Yahuwah ran him off, you know, told him to leave. So I don't think he associated with them anymore. So how would he know what they named their kids? So it'd be pretty easy for him to duplicate. You know what I'm saying? Any other thoughts, comments, or questions? Well, go ahead, Chance.
Yeah, it said Cain was a fugitive and a wanderer, you know. It's kind of brings up to me like in the Barim, the blessing and the curse. If you obey and disobey, the curses that everybody might have been living with at that time, being separated from Yahuwah. So perhaps, yeah, I don't.
All right. Anybody else? All right. Let's go ahead and finish that off.
Can I say one more thing? I want us to recognize that we're still in the first 1,000 millennium while this is transpiring.
Okay.
The time we're in.
All right, Genesis chapter 5, verse 7. And after he brought forth Enosh, Sheth lived 807 years and brought forth sons and daughters. So all the Yomim of Sheth were 912 years, and he died. And Enosh lived 90 years and brought forth Canaan. And after he brought forth Canaan, Enosh lived 815 years and brought forth sons and daughters. So all the Yomim of Enosh were 905 years, and he died. And Canaan lived 70 years and brought forth Mahalalel. After he brought forth Mahalalel, Canaan lived 840 years and brought forth sons and daughters. So all the yeomen of Canaan were 910 years, and he died. And Mahalalel lived 65 years and brought forth Yared. And after he brought forth Yared, Mahalalel lived 830 years and brought forth sons and daughters. So all the yeomen of Mahalalel were 895 years, and he died. And Jared lived 162 years and brought forth Canaan. And after he brought forth Canaan, Jared lived 800 years and brought forth sons and daughters. So all the yeomen of Jared were 962 years, and he died. And Canaan lived 65 years and brought forth Methuselah. And after he brought forth Methuselah, Canaan walked with Elohim 300 years and brought forth sons and daughters. So all the yeomen of Canaan were 365 years. And Canaan walked with Elohim. Then he was no more, for Elohim took him. And Methuselah lived 187 years and brought forth Lamech. And after he brought forth Lamech, Methuselah lived 782 years and brought forth sons and daughters. So all the yeomen of Methuselah were 969 years, and he died. And Lamech lived 182 years and brought forth a son, and called his name Noach, saying, This one does comfort us concerning our work and the toil of our hands, because of the ground which Yahuwah has cursed. And after he brought forth Noach, Lamech lived 595 years and brought forth sons and daughters. So all the yeomen of Lamech were 777 years, and he died. And Noach was 500 years old, and Noach brought forth Shem, Ham, and Japheth.
So you notice that most the people here are kind of old before they had a child. So that makes me think, Adam and Kua didn't have Cain and Abel till they were, 67, 80 years old, man. So they had Seth at 130, so that would only make sense, really. Yeah. And since they lived so long, then, 80, 90 years old would be young to them. It would be like a 20 for us, And so it only makes sense. But they didn't have children until they were in their 70s to 90-year-old period, But, what really caught my interest was that Enoch. It says all the days of Enoch, that Enoch walked with Elohim for 300 years and brought forth sons and daughters. So I never really quite realized that Enoch had sons and daughters. And so they would have all died in the flood, other than his great grandson Noah, his great grandchildren, right? That's interesting. I mean, I never really realized that Enoch had sons and daughters, but for some reason I always thought of him like he didn't have any children or something. But the Enoch comes from Seth's line then. And so Seth took the place of Abel. And so this was the lineage, the line that Yahuwah was going to use to bring forth what? What came from this line?
Yahusha.
And so how did that happen? Because of the flood. Since all flesh was killed in the flood, how did that happen?
Abraham was the seed of
No. Phyllis?
Noah, the comforter.
Yeah, because of Noah. That's what it's saying here. When it's saying
thank you.
that, and Lamech lived 182 years and brought forth a son called Noah, saying, "This one does comfort us concerning our work and the toil of our hands, because of the ground which Yahuwah has cursed." Okay, so Noah was going to be the comforter that continued that line of Seth into where the Messiah would come from, through the water, the baptism of the immersion of the water. All right. So the ark would have been symbolic or a type or foreshadow of the reign of Yahuwah. And Noah would have been a type or foreshadow of Yahusha. Any thoughts, comments, or questions on this one? Ross?
So Enoch was also in the bloodline for Yahusha. Enoch and Methuselah and Lamech,
Yeah.
then Noah.
Yeah, absolutely. It came through Seth, and it was reserved through Noah, because all flesh was destroyed. That's why he grabbed Noah, wasn't it? I mean, on the ark, because he wanted to reserve that bloodline that the Messiah was going to come from. You knew that, all right? Go ahead, Chance.
Perhaps this has something to do with when Abel made the righteous offering. You know, it was well pleasing to Yahuwah, so Yahuwah sent another son to the world that's going, Nuach, we know, repopulated the world after the flood with his seeds. This is a special line for Yahuwah, obviously, and our Savior came from this line, and repopulation of life came back from this line. This is a very very significant line of seed here. Lots of prophecy, lots of something to really behold and look into. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I mean, do you suppose that's the reason you allowed Cain to kill Abel, so that, and then run Cain off, so that the line of Seth would be prominent in the coming forth of the Messiah? Is that why Abel had to die? Ross,
go ahead.
Go ahead, Ross.
Well, to me, Yahuwah would have already known that Cain would have been the one to murder Abel, and Abel was going to be murdered. And then that Seth, so it was already a plan that Seth would be the chosen one to be the lineage for having Yahusha in the bloodline all the way through. So, because Yahuwah knows everything.
Chance?
Well, if we really look at it from detail, I agree with you, Roz. Is Seth was the prophet, a foreshadow of Yahusha, because through his line, after the flood, salvation came and humanity got to repopulate again. So it is even furthermore that Seth was like a foreshadow, and Abel died. Like, perhaps Yahusha died for us all. And through the begotten son of, who is Sheth at this time, brought forth children, and that brought Nuach, and Nuach's seed repopulated the world. So existence as we know it got to continue. Isn't that something? And in these latter days, Yahuwah came down and brought us salvation through his body, Yahusha, 2,000 years ago from now. That's something.
You know what's something? A little boy sitting on your lap there. That's something. Go ahead, Ross.
Well, actually, each one of them, well, Enoch foreshadowed Yahusha too because of being taken up and not dying.
Say
Even
that again.
though I
Say
said
that again.
Enoch, Kanok, would have
Mhm.
foreshadowed also Yahusha because he was taken up.
Yeah. Yeah, he didn't die. Go ahead, Sandra.
I just have a question. So is this actually the process of everything being done for his purpose? He's in the method of on the process of cleaning up from where the fall, where Israel was. So now he's in the process of cleaning up now. This is the process.
Yeah, he's starting the refining process. Getting rid of the dross, isn't he? Absolutely. You think Adam and Kuo will be in the reign of Yahuwah? Huh? Ross?
Yahusha says 7 times, 70 times to forgive. So I think that he would forgive them.
You think they'll be
They
there?
came back with a humble heart.
Why is it that they could be there if they didn't know the Messiah?
Didn't he go down and preach to them?
Phyllis?
That's what I was going to say, because Yahushua preached to the dead.
We just talked about this about 2 hours ago.
That was a long time ago.
Messiah, the Lamb, was slain before the foundations of the world, and the election was held before the foundations of the world. Those whom Yahuwah had chosen or elected was written down in the Lamb's book of life before the foundations of the world. So it doesn't matter. If their name's in that Lamb's book, they're going to be in the eternal reign. We'll have to wait and see, I guess, when we get the roll call. All right. Comments, thoughts, comments, questions, thoughts and questions, comments, thoughts, questions. Chance?
It's kind of interesting how the ark Nuach built holds everything in all existence, and we're all in the body of Mashiach now too, which is life.
Mm-hmm.
And Nuach's ark held life.
Mm-hmm. You know, if Yahuwah holds all of creation in the palm of his right hand, man, can you imagine the increase in the boundaries of creation through all the centuries into eternity with Yahuwah, man? I mean, how long is it going to take him to fill his perimeter up? Probably never reach it. You know why? They say that even our small universe continues to expand. So that makes me feel that maybe possibly Yahuwah continues to expand as well. Maybe he does, maybe he don't. But man, he's awful big. I don't know if he could ever fill himself up totally with creation, even in eternity. He's so big.
Is it so he's so big or we so small?
We small. You ever see you ever have your curtain open and the light comes through your window and you see that dust floating in the air? You ever see that, man? But we on one of those specks of dust as far as Yahuwah is concerned. We're just floating around on a piece of dust. That's how small we are in comparison to him. That's kind of scary, isn't it? That's a scary thought.
It says that in Yashayahu 45.
Yeah, it does. Crazy, isn't it?
Hi, Zion.
I guess the one thing that amazes me the most, really, about Yahuwah is the scale. It really does. I mean, if you consider the scale that we're on, so we seem really big to insects, right? But the insects are really big to the micro world. And then within that micro world, those amoebas and everything seem like giants compared to things that are smaller than them. And then to us, look at the universe. I mean, we're just like floating around on a speck of dust compared to the size of the universe. So the scale of things, to me, is mind blowing, man. I mean, I can't even wrap my mind around that. I don't think the human mind can understand that. Go ahead, Joe. Go on, Joe. Go ahead.
I was waving at Nancy's son.
Oh, I thought you were volunteering to read chapter 6.
I do have a comment.
Okay.
There was something last week when we were studying this, because we were talking about how we see these prophecies in chapter 1, and it was the lesser light, which we know as Yohanan the Immerser, and the greater light, which is Messiah. And I was watching a video of where you all had done Matthew 17 over a year ago. And in the video, you were discussing how, would Moses be there in the millennial reign? And then I was led over to verse Hebrews 11, verse 12, and it says, "And so from one, and him as good as dead, were born as numerous as the stars of heaven, as countless as the sand which is by the seashore. In belief, all these died, not having received the promises, but seeing them from a distance." And it just set in with me that here, these stars that's mentioned here, that was all pre-planned. That the stars are his chosen ones. And through, we're chosen and we're able to come to him through the message of John the Immerser bringing this message, and Yahusha bringing the blood for us. And so we have that. We have the life through him. So the stars, we're the stars that were in creation from the beginning of the earth. When he created the stars on this day, that was when all these that didn't know him but was there, waiting on his promise from afar off, that they were there. So that was just kind of what I saw. So there you go. You get to do chapter 6.
Are you trying to get deep on me, Joan? Are you trying to get deep on me?
No, I'm not trying to get deep on you, but I just.
Okay, I got another question.
Oh, we're the stars. We're
I got another question for you. Does Joe understand all that you just said?
No.
You left me behind, man.
I'm trying to teach him.
Oh, okay. I'm glad Joe didn't get it, because that makes me feel better, because I didn't get it either. Go ahead, Sandra.
Well, in addition to what she just said, because there's a scripture,
Sandra got it. Woo!
There's a scripture in there that says that until the day star arises in our hearts, and Yahusha being the bright and morning star, which is going to indwell her, that does make sense from her perspective. Hallelujah.
Yeah, what jumped out at me was Daniel when she said that. Yeah, go to Daniel, man. I believe Daniel 12. Yeah, on Daniel 12. Good old Daniel 12. "And those who have insight shall shine like the brightness of space, and those who lead many to righteousness like the stars forever and ever."
I mean, hallelujah.
That's what came to my mind when she was saying that. I don't know.
Yeah, that was great.
Anybody else thoughts, comments, questions here on? Go ahead, Phyllis.
This might be considered a tangent, but I know and believe what has been taught, that our names were written down from the beginning. Then my question is it really necessary for us to actually do the things like they were seeing? Yahuwah listened and they were talking about his name, and so their names were written down in a book. Do we actually have to go through that? Do we have a choice about that? Or is it already preordained that we're going to? Or is it known ahead of time that that's how we're going to be? Are we the way we are because he's making us be that way? Or he just knows how we're going to be?
We serve an all-powerful Elohim. Okay? He's all-powerful. He knows everything. He created everything for his own delight, you know. And so what we as humans get to do in our very, very, very short lifespan is to live out Yahuwah's will. Now, we perceive it as free will, and that's fine and dandy. Some people have to perceive it as free will to keep their sanity. Okay? But in reality, he is so powerful. He knows what you're going to say before the thought even enters your mind. And so, hey, you better believe everything's predestined and predetermined by Yahuwah. Absolutely. But our minds can't wrap around that. Okay? All we can do is stay humble and walk with Yahuwah in humbleness and yield to his will, because that's all we're doing anyway. We're just walking out his will. Most human beings don't know that, and they cannot even comprehend that. But through the Ruach HaKodesh, we get insight. So a handful, a remnant of humans can understand that everything's predestined. That means your eternal destination is what predestined is. Whoever's name is written in the book of life is predestined to go into eternal life with him. If their name's not written in there, they're predestined to go into the lake of fire. Sorry about that, Chief. That's the way it is. Predetermination's everything else. And he knows what you're going to say before you say it. He knows what you're going to think before you even think it. That's how powerful he is. How does he know all that? Because you're in him and he's in you. And he's already been there. When something that we see as the future, like tomorrow, he's already been there and done that. That's how powerful he is. We can't even comprehend his power. His majesty, his presence is beyond our minds. We're using little words to try to understand him and define him, but really we can't. You know, it's hard for us to be able to think on even close to what Yahuwah is and who he is. You know what? This is kind of freaky here, but sometimes I just wonder if just a single thought, just one little tiny single thought in Yahuwah's mind lasts 10,000 years. You know what I'm saying? Because he can think that thought so deeply, so intricately, so thoroughly that it may take him 10,000 years to finish that thought. And you know what's really scary? Is maybe his thoughts become animated because he's so powerful, and maybe we're just a matrix of his thought, lasting about 6,000 years, where he decides if he's going to, who he's going to bring into animation and who he's not. Maybe he's just thinking about it right now. We have no way of understanding Yahuwah. No way, man.
I name a Bobo names.
Babu, Babu, a Papa.
Say, The name
Baba,
of
can you
the-
Baba.
Who is it?
Yahweh.
hallelujah. Do you want a Baba? Chocolate milk in it? A Baba. You want one?
Say hi, Mark.
Baba?
Hi, Mark.
Hi. What's your name?
Yes, Lord.
I bet you don't know this guy's name. You see this guy over here? See him? See that guy?
So
You know what his name is?
Pig eater.
A pig
He's-
eater.
Say
Yeah,
louder.
he eats
Pig
pigs and
eater.
he eats some mice too. He eats mice and he eats pigs. Yeah, that's Speedy. He's a pagan. I keep trying to teach him not to eat pigs and mice, but he won't listen to me.
Yeah, I know that.
Do you eat pig?
Bad Speedy, man.
Yeah.
He's bad Speedy.
I asked her, watch this. Do you eat pig?
Yeah.
How about mice? You want to eat a mouse?
Okay.
How about
That was in Grandma's car. There was an ice.
Mice, like a mouse. Do you eat mouse?
You want to eat a mouse?
That was on Grandma's eyes.
She gone. Starts talking about these mice. She getting out of here.
There was a big mountain in Grandma's garage.
What'd you say?
There was a mouse in.
She cracks me up. I think she's been listening to me too much. Or what'd you say? She said, Yahuwah came into my body. She said that
mouse
to
came
me.
in the grandma's garage is what she said.
Yeah.
I was sitting there eating dinner or food the other day, and she comes up to me and she's like, Dad, Yahuwah came into my body. Her eyes were this big, like this. I'm talking. She's like, in my body, he is there. You know?
That'd be enough to freak you out.
It did. I was like, what did you see? I'm asking her for her witness, and she's 4 years old. I'm like, what is this witness that you're talking about here? I'm trying to get it figured out. And she's like, he's light, you know, and I'm just like, wow, she really blew me away. You know. Say, why don't you tell him what you saw?
Well, today, when I just went to Grandma's,
You didn't go to grandma's today.
well,
Are you nervous? Tell them.
I just went to Grandma's and I then saw a mouse.
Oh, she's in the mouse thing. You got her with the mouse.
Yeah, Grandma just take the cage to the rocks and it's trying to get the mouse.
Okay.
Tell grandma that
You say Shabbat Shalom.
Shabbat Shalom.
Shabbat Shalom. Tell grandma buy a mouse trap. Catch that mouse.
Yeah.
Are you resting today? Are you resting today?
Hey,
What?
Dad.
What?
Maybe we should get big.
No. Maybe we shouldn't.
She's a cutie. Go ahead, Sandra.
So I was wondering, since Yahuwah knows those that are his, in order for that to be so, we'd have to be predestined because he is within all of us. Knowing all those that are his is to know him. He's in us. It says in Daniel 11:32, it says, and by flatteries he shall profane those who do wrong against the covenant, but the people who know their Elohim shall be strong and shall act. And those of the people who have insight shall give understanding to many. So because he is in us, Mashiach in us, that's how, like you were saying about, we are predestined before the foundation of the world, because before the foundation of the world, when he created us, he made us of him. He destined us to be of him, is what I'm getting from that.
Let me ask you a question. Is Yahuwah in everybody, even evil people? Is he in hell's angels? Is he in on death row people, murderers and killers and rapists and all that? Is he in everybody?
Yeah, that's in Acts chapter. Well, Paul was talking to the Athens. In him we all move and breathe and have our being.
That's right. He sustains everybody, which means he loves everybody. You know how deep Yahuwah's love is? He loves even the evilest people in this world because he gave them life. Since they're here and they're living and breathing, we know he loves them. Because all he has to do is remove his breath and they'll return to dust. So just the fact that they're here with us means he loves them, and we need to love them too. You know, we have to.
Hence why we have to love our enemy.
We have to. We have to see them through the eyes of Yahuwah, how Yahuwah sees people with love. Here's the problem, man. Even though he loves them, he's not going to take them into eternity with him. But he is going to give them a taste of the light and allow them to live and have life and to understand that there's something that exists. Okay? But he's not going to take them into eternity with him. They're going to be thrown into the lake of fire and done away with. And it's going to break his heart to do it, but he's still going to do it. Okay? And here's the thing. Just one drop of Yahuwah's love, okay, is not even equivalent to you can take all the human love, add it all up, all the Romeo and Juliet stories, Samson and Delilah, all that stuff. Add it all up, it don't even compare to one drop of Yahuwah's love. Yahuwah's love continues to grow day by day for us. It never decreases. It only grows and gets stronger. Okay, any thoughts, comments, or questions on chapter 5? Chance, you got something?
I was just gonna partake in that love that you were talking about and how his Torah, his instructions to all of humanity instructs us in love, you know, and at first, you know, we the beginning of wisdom is the fear of Yahuwah because we fear punishment. And if we disobey Yahuwah, we are punished. But once our obedience has become clean, we learn to love, and then we are in love with Yahuwah, and we obey out of love, understanding because we have been instructed in love. So I just wanted to throw out the everlasting covenant there for a second and how it's, you know, I've come across something just recently is like, hey, whoa, man or living, they have this ego and pride and proudness about them, like they're not going to bow down. They have to bow down and obey. And the Torah literally is just teaching us, you know, love. You know, it's a declaration, and we're our honor and worship go to Yahuwah, and he is love. That's why his instructions are teaching us love. You know what I mean? And I don't know, I thought that was pretty good. And I was talking to somebody about the fear of Yahuwah, how it leads us to the beginning of wisdom. And I realized that got into a bit of a debate, and I realized that they're talking about fleshy wisdom. They're not talking about spiritual wisdom. They're talking about, you know, the flesh stuff. And I don't know, I thought that was good. And I just want to love and learn how to love like perfection, love, to be love, to become love. That's something to really behold there.
But in our human bodies, we can't do it because we'll die. Yeah, just one drop of Yahuwah's blood given to us in these bodies, these forms we're in, will kill us. Go ahead, Roz.
No one really loves unless they know Yahuwah.
Say what?
You have to know. No one really loves unless they know Yahuwah. You have to know Yahuwah to love.
Yeah, absolutely. Welcome back. It almost killed me one time. I was a young man, and I knew Yahuwah, but I didn't know his name. You know, I mean, I was calling him the J Man. But I was very busy person, and I asked Yahuwah one time. I said, Yahuwah, you know, I need to know what your love is like. I said, I need to know your love, what it's like. And he said, no. I said, just give me one drop of your love. Just let me experience it. No. I said, Yahuwah, can you show me how much you love? I mean, just give me a tiny bit of your love above the love that any human has ever known. Just a little bit above that level so I can know what your love's like. I didn't ever say nothing. So I went about my day. And this girl was involved. And I thought I fell in love with this girl. I didn't really know her that long. We went on a picnic. We went on a horseback ride. We went way back and up into the hills and horses. And we spread out a blanket. We had wine and cheese and crackers. And we could hear the brook running below us over the rocks. And the birds were singing. It was a nice day, nice, beautiful day. And I looked up into the sky. And I was laying on my back, you know, back like this on the blanket, just looking up there. And all of a sudden, I seen two doves flying around up there, having a good time. And we were watching them doves for a while. Then all of a sudden, these two crows come in, like dive bombers, and split them doves up. And one dove went that way, and the crow was in hot pursuit. The other dove went that way, and the crow was in hot pursuit. And chased them way away. Totally out. I watched till they were out of my sight. And so anyway, I thought, boy, that seems to be some type of a sign. But I couldn't figure it out. So later on, I asked Yahuwah, I said, Yahuwah, can I have this woman from my wife? He said, no. I said, can I have this woman from my wife? Yahuwah, I'm in love with her. He said, no. He said, you can be with her for a little while, but she won't be your wife. And so I thought, whatever, I went about my business. And the time came where I went to visit her family. And they were like those crows. And they knit and picked and poked until they separated us. And then I knew what that was about. And I knew what that vision was with the crows. And I said, oh, now I know I get it, right? So then later on, as some time went on, I couldn't stop thinking about this girl. And I was madly in love with her. And every day, my love grew for this woman. And I'm thinking, I can't get this girl out of my mind. So what's going on? Love is supposed to decrease with time, not increase. And so I'm thinking I'm still in love with this woman. And I couldn't eat. I couldn't sleep. I couldn't do nothing. And I lost all kinds of weight. And every day I was more in love with this woman. I just couldn't get her out of my mind. It was driving me crazy. And I got to the point where I couldn't hardly walk. I was so weak. I mean, this went on for months. And when I was living in a cabin at the time, I walked into the cabin, I walked into the kitchen, and I dropped onto my knees. And I thought I was going to die. That's how weak I was. And I was nothing but skin and bones. And I fell down on the floor on my knees and then down onto my face, my chest. And I was laying there thinking I was going to die. And I couldn't understand why I couldn't shake this woman off of me. And then all of a sudden, it dawned on me, man. I said, wait a minute. This isn't about that woman. I asked Yahuwah to show me how much his love was above human love. And then I realized that the love I was experiencing was how much Yahuwah loved humans. And his love grows for us every single day. So then I hollered out to Yahuwah, and I screamed, and I hollered, Yahuwah, take it away. Take your love from me. I can't do this. It's killing me. I'm going to die. Take it away. I don't want it anymore. I get it. And just about the time where I thought I was going to pass out, he took it away. And when he did, that very second, my strength came back. I stood up on my feet. And I began to praise and worship Yahuwah at the top of my lungs for showing me how much he loves humans. Don't ever ask Yahuwah to show you that. You don't want to know. Just accept it. Thoughts, comments, questions? Talita.
Yeah, so I was listening, even though I wasn't on. So it's about something that was earlier, which when you guys were talking about the genealogy, and you were saying that the genealogy from Noah or from the line of Seth came Yahusha. But as you were talking about all of that, like, I don't know, I just like this moment of realization came. And I was just like, I don't know, I was just like thinking about that for a while, which is like, we all come from that line also, because all of humanity was gone. So we're all from that blood, right? So that makes even Yahusha is like related to us in this, like in a very real way also, not just in a spiritual way. Anyway, for me, that was like huge. It was like an explosion. And I was like, wow, this is incredible. So I just thought, and I'm sitting and I'm just like, oh man, I wish I was signed in right now. I can't say anything. And I know it's not that moment passed like a while back, but I had to say that. And then there was one other thing, but right now I can't remember. But if it comes back, I will say it. Something that was talked about after that too. But, yeah.
Yeah, he preserved Israel. It started with Adam and Kua, and he preserved it. We all still come from Adam and Kua through that line, through the seed of Noah, through the seed of Abraham, Yitzhak, and Yaakov. It's continued on. Matter of fact, it's spread throughout the whole world through Ephraim, right? So yeah, we're all still coming from the line. I mean, Adam and Kua's line didn't cease to exist on the flood because it was carried through with Noah. Go ahead, Talitha.
So the other part was about Adam and Kua, and you had asked, whether we thought that they would be in Yahuwah's kingdom with us. And my thought was that yes, because in the moment that they did wrong, they knew that they wronged, which is why they were hiding from Yahuwah. So in that moment, that was like also, for me, I felt like that could be almost like a repentance, right? Like they knew that they did wrong, and they didn't just go and like flaunt it. They were like, oh no, we did something very wrong, right? So for me, I do believe that they'll be there. Of course, none of us can know that for sure, but that's what I believe.
I think they will too myself. It's my personal opinion. Go ahead, Sandra.
That verse that Sister Talita is talking about is in Acts chapter 17:26. Out of one blood, Yahuwah made all nations. after the flood. That's confirmation of what you're thinking.
That's right. Anybody else? Thoughts, comments, question? Okay, didn't Joe volunteer to read 6? Yeah? Okay, Jeff, go ahead.
First, I want to thank you for sharing that story with us.
Oh, yes, sir. No problem.
Genesis 6. And it came to be when men began to increase on the face of the earths, and daughters were born to them, that the sons of Elohim saw the daughters of men, that they were good. And they took wives for themselves of all whom they chose. And Yahuwah said, my Ruach shall not strive with man forever in his going astray. He is flesh, and his Yaman shall be 120 years.
Okay, stop. All right, so the sons of Elohim saw the daughters of men, that they were good, and they took wives for themselves of all whom they chose. Okay, so this is the angels, the messengers, left their principality and came down to the Eretz and mated with women. Anybody got any thoughts, comments, or questions about that comment? No? Everybody goes along with that? All right. And Yahuwah says, my Ruach shall not strive with man forever in his going astray. He is flesh, and his Yamam shall be 120 years. So Yahuwah is saying here that he's not going to allow man to be in his presence forever. He's going to make him 120 years is the most he's going to let him live. It took Noah about 120 years to build the ark. You see that relationship there? The common thread is that it took him 100 years to build it. But if we look at Genesis 5:32, it says, and Noah was 500 years old, and Noah brought forth Shem, Ham, and Japheth. Those may have been triplets. There's no reason to doubt if they were triplets or not, because it really doesn't give us any other info other than Noah was 500 years old when he had them. Does that mean he didn't have any children before that? It doesn't sound like he did. So Genesis 7:6 says, now Noah was 600 years old when the flood mayhem were on the Eretz. So don't that seem like 100 years old? Huh? So if he was 500 when he had Shem, Ham, and Japheth, and he was 600 years old here when the flood mayhem were on the Eretz, does that mean that it took him 100 years to build the ark? Or could he have started building it before those 3 kids were born? Like 20 years before. Is that what this 120 years is cluing us into? Obviously, if they were born when he was 500 years old, them boys couldn't help him build that ark. He was building it himself, wasn't he? Zasha was helping him, maybe. The boys were, they tell you the boys were helping him build that ark. It sounds like to me they were just born 500 years old. I said, something ain't right here. Anybody got any thoughts on that? You want to continue to read on? You probably better read on. We're not getting any action. Go ahead, Joe.
Genesis 6:4. The Nephilim were on the Eretz and those Yaman, and also afterward, when the sons of Elohim came in to the daughters of men, they bore children to them. Those were the mighty men who were of old, the men of name. And Yahuwah saw that the wickedness of man was great in the Eretz, and that every inclination of the thoughts of his heart was only evil continually.
Okay, hang on.
Okay.
Okay, so these Nephilim were on the Eretz in those days, and also afterward. You seeing that? So afterwards, after the flood, were they? Were giants on the earth after the flood? Is there any record of that? Yeah, there is. David killed Goliath. He was a giant, and so was Goliath's sons. He had 3 sons that were giants, and they killed them too. David and his soldiers killed them. Because Scripture says that everything died in the flood. All flesh died. There was no flesh. Did the animals die? I mean, the fish die in the flood? Or did the fish survive? The fish survived, didn't they? Just the air-breathing animals died. All flesh that breathed air died. And so where did these giants come from afterwards? Did they hide in the ark? Did they grab the side of the ark and go for the ride of their life? How did they survive? If all Scripture is clear, all flesh died. The air-breathing flesh died. Go ahead, Phyllis.
Well, the sons of the stars, the messengers, the fallen ones, probably just came down and started all over again, is what I thought.
No, he chained them up in darkness. He didn't allow them to do that anymore. This reason he flooded the earth was to destroy that corrupted genes by intermarrying with man. And then it sounds like he prevented it, like it wouldn't allow that to happen anymore. But I'm not real convinced of that, but that's the possibilities there, I guess. But he definitely chained them up in darkness, so that they couldn't. The ones that did it wouldn't do it anymore. So they're shackled up in darkness till for the day of judgment. Okay, and so if all air-breathing animals' flesh was destroyed, except that was in the ark, how did the Nephilim come afterwards? Because we know they did, because King David killed them. Go ahead, Ross.
Was part of the blood in one of the 3 wives?
Yeah.
Or in...
Yeah. So one of them 3 wives must have been carrying a recessive gene, right? Had to be. And that recessive gene come out in Goliath, and then Goliath had 3 sons. Anybody following along with that? Go ahead, Talitha.
No, sorry, I didn't have a question. I was speaking to one of my children.
Oh, okay.
I guess it could have also been under any of the 4 women. Could have been his wife too.
I mean, it could have been. Yeah. Yeah, it could have been. I don't think it was from the sons, but it could have been through the mother. But more than likely, it was probably one of the daughter-in-laws. Because Noah, that's why he chose Noah, because Noah's lineage was perfect. So highly unlikely that the sons were affected that way. But there is that possibility that through the mother, they were. So yeah, it could have. I mean, it's possible. But whatever it is, there was somebody had a recessive gene and carried it on the ark. It's the only way. The scripture's clear. All flesh was killed. Look at Genesis 7:22. Genesis 7:22. All in whose nostrils was the breath of the spirit of life. All that was on the dry land died. So they couldn't have survived the flood. So the only other way, man, is through the recessive gene. It was, that their line was carried through a recessive gene. Did Yahuwah know that was going to happen? Of course he did. But, he had his will to fulfill, which involved David, a little shepherd boy, killing a giant, didn't he? And so he allowed it. Go ahead, Ross.
Rahab was also something that was different. She came from the land that dwarfed them and made them like grasshoppers.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's right. She did. Let me see that. Anybody got thoughts, comments, or questions on this? Nobody? Okay, let me see. I think. Go to, let me see, Samuel, 1 Samuel. So 1 Samuel 17. Four through 7. Anybody want to read that? Somebody read that.
I'll read it.
Okay, go ahead.
How far did you want me to read, Mark?
4 through 7.
Okay. Then a champion came out from the camp of the Philistine named Goliath from Gath, whose height was 6 cubits and a span, and a bronze helmet was on his head, and he was armed with a scaled armor, and the weight of the coat was 5,000 shekels of bronze, and bronze shin guards on his legs, excuse me, and a bronze spear between his shoulders. And the wood of his spear was like a weaver's beam, and his iron spearhead weighed 600 shekels, and a shield bearer went before him.
Okay. All right. So 1 cubic feet is 1.75 feet. Okay. And so that means if he was 6 cubics with the span, he was 10.5 feet tall. He had been 10.5 feet tall. And look at this here. And a bronze helmet was on his head, and he was armed with a scaled armor that weighed, the weight of the coat was 5,000 shekels. Okay, first of all, scaled armor, it would be resembling a dragon, a serpent. And 5,000 shekels of bronze would weigh 1,140 pounds. Can you imagine that? Wearing armor that weighed 1,140 pounds? That's like heavier than a horse, man. And then his wood spear was like a weaver's beam. And that's pretty big. It's like 6 inches by 6 inches. And his iron spearhead weighed 600 shekels, which was 138 pounds. Just the spearhead. So there's no doubt this was a giant. No doubt about it. And I'll go over to 2 Samuel 21, page 353. Second Samuel 21, verse 15 to the end. Want to read that too, Joe?
Okay. 15.
Yeah, 15 to the end.
And the Philistines were again fighting against Israel. So Dual and his servants with him went down and fought against Philistine. And Daud was weary, and Ishbosheth, who was one of the sons of the giant, the weight of whose bronze spear was 300 pieces, who was bearing a new sword, spoke of killing Dual. But Abishai, son of Serah, came to help him and smote the Philistine and killed him. Then Dual's men swore to him, saying, "Do not go out with us to battle any more, lest you put out the lamp of Israel." And it came to be afterward that there was a battle again with a Philistine at Gob. And Sabekah, the Cushanite, smote Zap, who was one of the sons of the giant. And there was a battle with the Philistine again at Gob, where Elkanah, son of Yari, Oriam, the Bethlehemite, smote Goliath the Gideon. The shaft of whose spear was like a weaver's beam. And there was a battle in Gath again, where there was a man of great height who had 6 fingers on each hand and 6 toes on each foot, 24 in number. And he also was descended from the giants. And he reproached Israel, and Jehohanan, son of Shemiel, the brother of Dual, smote him. These 4 were born of the giant in Gath, and they fell by the hand of Dual, by the hand of his servants.
There you go. There was Goliath and Goliath Jr. There was 4 of them plus Goliath, 5 giants on the earth. So these 4 giants were the sons of Goliath. It says right here in 22, verse 22. These 4 were born to the giant in Goth. You see that? In Goth. That's in Philistine. He was a Philistine. And they fell at the hand of Daud, Goliath did, and his sons by the hands of the servants, David's servants. And notice the Lachitamite smote Goliath the Gittite, whose shaft spear was like a weaver's beam. This is not Goliath Sr. here. This is Goliath Jr. This was his firstborn son. So he was a Gittite, whereas Goliath was from Goth, which is in Philistine. So they were all from the line of the Philistines. Israel's always had a problem with the Philistines. So there you go. That's the seed there then that was passed, was after, where it says after there. That would be it. The Nephilim were on the Eretz and those Yamam, and also afterward. There it is. When the sons of Elohim came to the daughters of men, and they bore them children to them. Notice that the sons of Elohim saw the daughters of men, that they were good, and they took wives of them. So not only did they have sex with them and breed with them, they took them as wives, all that they wanted. Thoughts, comments, questions? Phyllis.
I just wonder what the mothers of these giants looked like.
Makes you wonder, don't it? I've always thought that myself. I mean, first of all, what human woman is going to mate with a man that size? You know, that's what blows my mind. But go ahead, Ross.
I just looked it up, and Ham's the one that the lineage would have come from. Philistines. So.
Oh, you mean through the recessive gene came through Ham?
Well, that batch. I mean, his wife or him, one or the other.
Right. Oh, yeah, I got you. Okay. Yeah, because out of those three, Shem, Ham, and Japheth, which one of them three continued on the Israeli, the gene of
Shem.
Israel?
Shem.
Shem. Right, Shem. So at this point, it's Shem. That's the important one right there at this point. Okay, so Ham and Japheth would be the seed of the Gentile, and Shem was the seed of Yisrael, continuing the line of Yisrael. Okay, or the line that the Messiah would come through. That's probably the better way of saying that. Messiah came through Shem's line, not Ham or Japheth. They're all from Adam, Noah, and Adam. But Shem is the one where the Messiah would come through. Okay, that's important to know out of those three at this point. Thoughts, comments, questions? Y'all getting tired, ain't you? Go ahead, Joe.
Genesis 6:6. And Yahuwah was sorry that he had made man on the Eretz, and he was grieved in his heart. And Yahuwah said, I am going to wipe off man whom I have created from the face of the Eretz, both man and beast, creeping creature, and birds of the Shemim. For I am sorry that I have made them. But Noah found favor in the eyes of Yahuwah. This is the genealogy of Noah. Noah was a righteous man, perfect in his generations. Noah walked with Elohim, and Noah brought forth 3 sons, Shem, Ham, and Japheth, and the Eretz were corrupt before Elohim, and the Eretz was filled with violence. And Elohim took upon the Eretz and saw that it was corrupt, looked upon the Eretz and saw that it was corrupt, for all flesh had corrupted their way on the Eretz. And Elohim said to Noah, the end of all flesh has come before me, for the Eretz is filled with violence through them. And see, I am going to destroy them from the Eretz. Make yourself an ark of gopher wood. Make rooms in the ark and cover it inside and outside with tar. And this is how you are to make it. The length of the ark is 300 cubits, its width 50 cubits, and its height 30 cubits. Make a window for the ark and complete it to a cubit from above, and set the door of the ark in its side. Make it with lower, second, and third decks. And see, I myself am bringing floodwaters on the Eretz to destroy all flesh, in which is the breath of life from under the Shaman, and all that is on the Eretz is to die. And I shall establish my covenant with you, and you shall come into the ark, you and your sons and your Asha, and your sons' wives with you, and all the living creatures of all flesh. 2 of each you are to bring into the ark to keep them alive with you, a male and a female. Of the birds after their kind, and of the cattle after their kind, and of all creeping creatures of the Eretz after their kind, 2 of each are to come to you to keep them alive. As for you, take of all food that is eaten and gather it to yourself, and it shall be food for you and for them. And Noah did according to all that Elohim commanded him, so he did.
Oh. All right. So this ark here is representative or symbolic of it's painting a prophetic picture of the reign of Yehovah. Okay. And he's delivering these 8 people through water as a symbolic gesture of the water immersion. Okay. So Yahuwah tells Noah to build this ark with a lower, a second, and a third story here, or deck. Okay. And here in 6:16, make it with lower, second, and third decks. See that? And so later on, he informs Paul of Tarsus. Paul informs us, I should say, that he knew a man in Meshach who was caught up in the third heaven. You ever read that? It's in 2 Corinthians 12:2 if you want to go to it. But this is the only time, the only place in Scripture where we're told that the Shemaim has 3 decks, 3 levels, 3 stories. It's by Paul here in 2 Corinthians 12:2. So according to Paul, there's a first, a second, and a third deck, or heaven, which it would be exactly like Yahuwah told Noah to build the ark with 3 stories or 3 decks representing the Shemaim there, okay? He also told Noah to make rooms in the ark in Genesis 6:14 there. So later on, Yahusha comes along and says, my father's house has many rooms in John 14:12. So they say this is speaking of the reign of Yahuwah and the Shemaim. Maybe possibly, symbolically speaking of the new city, New Jerusalem, that Yahuwah is building in the Shemaim. So with those words, Yahusha is affirming the story of Noah in the ark, giving us a vivid picture of the Shemaim, or the spiritual dimension, if you will, or interdimension, whatever you want to call it. And since Yahuwah knew that his new city has many rooms, Yahuwah, through secret prophecy, wanted Noah to make many rooms in the ark to duplicate this or symbolize it. And then Yahuwah further tells Noah to make a window for the ark There in 6:16 again, make a window. It says, make a window for the ark and complete it to a cubit from above. So later, then Yahuwah says, prove me if I will not open the windows of the Shemaim and pour out a blessing for you. In Malachi 3:10. So this lets us know that the new city has windows. And this is why Yahuwah wanted Noah to put windows in the ark. And then he goes and continues and tells Noah to put a door on the side of the ark. There in 6:16 again. And so later Yahusha comes along and said, I am the door. If anyone enters through me, he will be delivered. So Yahusha's the door that leads to the new city in the Shemaim, to the throne of the Father. So Yahusha is the door that leads into the reign of Yahuwah. So that's why Yahuwah wanted Noah to build only one door. There was only one door on the side of the ark, because there's only one way into the reign of the Shemaim. That's through the one door, which is Yahusha. So pretty much undeniable, the secret prophecies of Yahuwah here in this chapter, that the ark in this story of Noah is a picture or a type or a foreshadow of the new city coming down from the Shemaim, from Yahuwah. And it's the only place of safety that exists from the coming end of the world, destruction, the tribulation. So Noah worked building this ark for like 120 years, and which was a prophetic picture of Yahusha building a place, a new city in the Shemaim. And remember when Yahusha said, I go to prepare a place for you? Remember that? And if I go there and prepare a place, I will come again and receive you to myself, that where I am, you may be also. Remember that? In John 14:23. So this is the type or the foreshadow of that. Okay? So the waters begin to come on the earth. The ark raises, it raises the ark up above the earth. It was lifted up above the ground. Okay? And this is the catching away, or the gathering, the event of the first resurrection. This is the event that the believers are called away and taken up to meet him in the clouds as he's coming back and descending upon the Mount of Olives. So this is projecting or symbolic of the first resurrection, Genesis 7:17. Okay. And at the same time that Noah's family is in this ark, safely in this ark, and is rising up into the air in the ark above the water, all the wicked people are being destroyed, aren't they? So there's no more time left here for anyone. Okay, when this happens, the first resurrection happens, lights are out. There's no more chances, man. Just like this, as the ark is being lifted up with the 8 in it, okay, all the wicked people are being destroyed. And it's going to be the same thing. When the first resurrection group goes up above the earth to meet Yahushua in the sky, All the wicked people on the earth are going to be burnt up by fire. They're going to be in a wave of fire, in a lake of fire. It's going to burn them up instead of drown them, but they will all be destroyed. So the verse resurrection will be caught up into the air at the approximately about the same time that the wicked people on the earth are perishing by fire this time. Not water this time, but fire this time, okay? Scripture tells us that Noah, this is kind of freaky here, because the earth has 6,000 years, okay, before this happens. And we're closing in on that time period right now. It's getting to the end, right? But look how Scripture here in Genesis 7:6 records Noah's age. It being 600 years old when the floodgates came on the earth. The windows of the heaven were opened. Is that freaky or what? So Yahuwah precisely controlled Noah's age to be 600 years old when this flood occurred. Okay? And it's a secret prophecy here that the end of the world will take place on Earth's timeline, a 6,000 year period. So anytime you see 660, 600, or 6,000, it's always pointing toward the end. Lights out. And here, just mind-blowing, Yahuwah's age just happened to be 600 years when these people were destroyed, signaling to us that the wicked will be destroyed at the 6,000 year period timeline of the earth. That's a secret prophecy of Yahuwah that we find in scriptures. We kind of went over that last week somewhat. So the righteous family that was in the ark are a type of foreshadow of the righteous are going to be caught up into the air to safety as the evil people of the world perish. Not in a flood of water this time, but of fire. Exactly when the earth is 6,000 years old. And it's coming, man. We're almost there. How do we know we're almost there? Because there's documented records of when Yahushua walked the earth. Remember? The fourth day, the great light came and the lesser light came, and they had to be born. They had to die. He had to be resurrected and ascend before the fifth day came. He had to, because that was part of the secret prophecy of Yahuwah, and he did. And so afterwards, there would be 2,000 years or 2 days left. We know that 1 millennium's gone. There's no disputing that. That's a fact that we all should understand. The first millennium, first 1,000 years since Yahuwah left this earth, is gone. So now we're working on the second millennium, right? So they only had 1,000 years left after the first millennium expired. And we're counting that bad boy down quick. The only error is within the 35-year period. That's it. And so, through math given to us in Scripture and knowing when Yahushua walked this earth, his return is scheduled between somewhere between 2028 and 2035. Has to be, man. Because beyond that, there's no math left. We run out of math. There's nothing, there's no math. If he doesn't come back within that time frame, I don't know what we're going to do, because there's no more math left in scripture for us to even study. The people before us that predicted his return, and they were wrong, didn't understand what we understand. They had no idea what they were even talking about. They hadn't. They didn't. In matter of fact, they didn't even care. They were just after money. They didn't want to understand. They just wanted money. Did you know almost every Christian pastor that prophesied that Yahushua was coming or the end of the world became rich? And most of them took that money and took off and weren't even found anymore. The next day after they prophesied that was going to happen, couldn't even find them. They took that money and ran. So that tells you what their motivation was. But this here that we're talking about is according to the mathematics given to us in prophecy in Scripture. And there's none left after this. The only reason it's going from 2028 to 2035, because there's discrepancy between the date that Yahushua died and the Gregorian calendar. When they made the Gregorian, because he had the Julian first, right? Julius Caesar calendar. And then they pitched that and they came out with the Gregorian calendar, who was a priest, a Catholic priest, created that one. So between flipping them calendars and not really knowing the real date Yahushua died and how old he was, things got mixed up and there's a discrepancy. And that discrepancy is that time frame. It can't. Some people take it to a decade, and they say, "Well, it can be wrong within a decade." Okay, that's 2028 to 2038 then. And beyond that, man, time's up. There's no time left for that to be real. It has to happen in that decade. Has to. Nothing left, man. All the math is consumed at that point. Because all the prophecy says 6,000 years is all we got. And that's 2,000 years after he was here and walked the earth. And it's it. It has to happen, man. Okay. I think we'll stop right there. Y'all look a little tired. It was a good study. I enjoyed that one. Is there any thoughts, comments, or questions on today's study on any of those three chapters, chapter 4, 5, and 6 that we just studied? Any remain lingering questions or thoughts or comments or questions or anything at all? No? Okay, is there any comments, thoughts, or questions about last night's study or pictures? Anything you wanted to revisit? Ross?
On the rock, after you had talked about the hand coming out and pointing in the flag, and you scanned down a little bit, there was a couple more spots. Did your wife see if that was where the messengers were? Or were the messengers part of the arch? They have a blue arch and a reddish arch.
She said when she was sitting there, and we were all there, we had just recited the 10 Commandments. Phyllis saw that video. I showed it to her and Lou. Right, Phyllis? I'm sitting there with the kids reciting the 10 Commandments. Okay, so we were sitting there right in front of the stone. Okay, so right after that, we were sitting there, kind of in silence, I guess. I can't quite remember, but mostly in silence. And that's when she saw that vision. And what she saw was two men come walking through an archway that was right in front of the covenant stone. And this archway was made of round rocks. And they walked through this archway, or appeared in the archway, and moved forward towards Hidden Mountain. And she was watching the vision, and they got a little bit up the path there. And one was in a burgundy coat, and the other one was in a dark brown, and they had tassels on the bottom, and I think she said they had staffs. I have her testimony written down in my book that's just going to be coming out soon. But anyway, the one in the brown coat turned around and looked intensely into her eyes, and she was looking in his eyes and didn't say nothing. He just locked. Their eyes were just locked, right? And she said they were walking up there, that path, like it was nothing, man, like no effort whatsoever. And then all of a sudden I jumped up and I said, "Come on, Kason, let's go metal detect it." And when I said that, it snapped that vision and it stopped. And so then me and Kason went up the left side of the stone up on top. And which is really weird, because when we got up there, it was real flat, like a pancake, about 3 acres. But when you look at the pictures, it doesn't look like that. It looks like it's a hill with very little area up there. But it wasn't when we were up there. And even Kason said, "That was flat up there, wasn't it?" I said, "Yeah, but look at this picture. It's not flat anymore." I'll show it to you. You see what I'm talking about? Let me find it. Here it is. This will probably do it. Let me see. Yeah, this will show it. Watch it. I'll show it to you. So anyway, me and him go up on top, and that's when the light came and everything else happened. So
That's true.
here's a shot of the full area here. Okay, so you can see right in the middle here is the covenant stone. You seeing it right here? And here's that tree, the tree coming up here, and the leaves are laying on the stone here. And right across, there's a little area right in the front where you can sit or stand, not too big of an area at all. Right across from there is this tree with that little golden box right there in it. Mm-hmm. It's got that Rabbinic Hebrew letter on it. That's a Zadia. And so me and Kason, we go up this way, and we go up this, there's a little like game trail here, and we go up here on top. Well, look, it looks like a slope here, doesn't it? See that? We weren't way over here. We were just right here. Mm-hmm. This was real flat when we were up there, like a pancake, man. So I don't understand this. Looking at this, I don't understand, because we didn't go way over here, man. And we were up in here, and this is showing, it looks like a slope. So I don't get it, man. But anyway, I don't know. It's just weird. But they were down here, and that arch was right here. Mm-hmm. They appeared in the arch, and they walked this between these two trees, walked up this way, and they were heading to Hidden Mountain. Those were just behind this hill. Mm-hmm.
Brother Mark?
Yeah.
You made mention of some Hebrew ruins on the other side of Hidden Mountain.
Yeah. On the other side of this hill right here, when you walk around here, you walk up on top of a mountain behind there, and that's where the Hebrew ruins are.
So that's what this was, the gate stone to.
Yeah, this was the gate stone to the Hebrew village that was up on top of the mountain there. And it was walled. I mean, you could see where there's the walls are there from the stones. There's There's houses, basically dwelling places. There's cisterns that were like would gather collect water. There were pens like for animals, livestock. There's a slab up there on the cliff. Obviously, there's like one little standing place there where they could slaughter an animal and do a animal sacrifice to Yahuwah. But it's all up there on Hidden Mountain. You can't see it because of this round hill here is hiding it. That's why they call it Hidden Mountain. You can't see it till you go around the other side of this hill. It's right over on the other side of it. It's where the village was. So, yeah. And so going down the other way here, like this way, is heading northeast toward the Indian reservation. But up here on this Hidden Mountain, there's mountains all around and crevices and stuff, so they're kind of protected up there, almost kind of like Jerusalem in a way. The city of David's kind of protected up there from any attackers, and you can see from a long ways away from up there, so they could easily see anybody that was coming, any armies or anything was coming against them,
In the picture. The picture that had the gold box.
Yeah.
That appeared afterwards. Did you see all the faces behind the box?
No. I'll pull it up though. Hang on a minute. Yeah, let's see, where's it at? So weird. Where is it? Better not disappeared on me. What? Where is that picture? There it is. Whew, that scared me for a second. All right, here we go. Okay, here it is. Oh, what you say? You're seeing faces, you say?
Yeah, behind it in the bush.
Yeah. Well, here's the gold box, and this thing is. I don't know why we didn't see this. I mean, we were 10 feet. I could have spit on it. Okay. I mean, ridiculous. And if you look at it, let me blow it up just a little bit. It's right here. You can see it's illuminated. You see the sunbeam the light beam here kind of coming off of it.
Yeah.
It's lit up. It's like a golden box with a light in it that's lit up. It's like it's glowing. I don't get it, man. But you see this figure here. If you stand that up on that end, that would be a Rabbaic Hebrew letter. They used those letters like in the Talmud around the 2nd century to the 6th century CE. And it's the Zadia, and it means hook. It's got a value of 90. It's represented by TS, which are the first letters on Sadiq, which means righteousness. It's the same one that was on the rock with the finger that drew that little flagpole. It's the same letter, except that's in Paleo Hebrew and this is in Arabic Hebrew. The same letter. This is just really weird, man. We never saw this before until 2 days ago. My grandson noticed it, great grandson. But where's these faces you're talking about?
I'm going to send you a picture.
Okay.
Hold on.
Oh, I don't know. I mean, I could go crazy with my imagination here, but yeah.
I circled them.
Okay.
I'm sending it to you.
Okay. Anybody got any idea what that box is? I'll blow it up as much as I can before it starts to blur. It's starting to blur right there, I guess. But, let me see. Yeah, let's get it up there. There we go. Look at that. It's about kind of getting blurry now. I should bring it back down somewhat.
You were up on third deck, Mark, and that gold bar was down there the whole time. Out there, little metal detector.
My wife claims that those messengers were calling me to come to Hidden Mountain. They wanted to show me something up there, wanted me to come up there for whatever reason. And I didn't go up there because I didn't want to leave my wife and kids alone. And I didn't think they could make it up there. And so she says that they put that box there in that tree, and then they took off, back into their principality. I don't know. Like I said, 3 years ago is when we were there, and I just now seen this 2 days ago. I don't know what it is.
It's labeled photos, Mark. It was photo.
Jilly says there's a face on the rock with the light. The face is to the left, below the light, on the top of the rock. Wow, I guess she's talking about right here. This right here.
Yeah, I don't know if she's talking about. I'm seeing two faces. I saw those right off. There's one in the top right-hand corner. What I'm seeing, Roz.
This one?
Yes.
Yeah, I saw that. I didn't want to say nothing, but it looks like a nose and two big eyeballs.
And one on the left, I can see an ear. I can see eyes there, left-hand side there.
Sometimes when you look, it'll have a face, but then if you focus your eyes differently, you can see where there's a face that's in on top of that one that might be going this direction. It's just a face will be mixed with another face, if that makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
There's a lot more that I didn't circle.
Yeah.
I mean, all across the top of it too, that there's faces.
Oh, on the rock?
No, not on the rock. This is on the
Oh, this is Jill saying it.
Yeah.
No, that wasn't it. That was on the rock, not the tree. It must be here. Oh yeah, right here. I can see it. Here it is. See the eye, the nose, ear. See it?
Mm-hmm.
That's the one she's talking about. Let me get over here. You put that to my email, Roz?
Yeah, that one that has the circles on it. It's got circles. It just says photo.
Okay. I got it. I'm going to see if I can see it. Right there. In a second.
And actually, what's on here, I see yellow in that circle, in the light. And then you've got the red. Then you've got his blue. Then you have purple on there. And that's the colors that I had been told last year to make, that's his colors.
Yeah. Okay, I'm looking at your circles. I see one. I don't see the other ones. Oh, I see the one now. I see two of them.
Yeah.
So she's pointing out right here. And the other one right in here somewhere. Wherever it went to right here. I see this one here for sure that Jill pointed out, and this one up here for sure.
Uh-huh.
Weird, man. So weird. It's so weird. What? Right there. Where?
I see eyes and ears.
Here?
Yeah.
Oh. I don't know.
Is that your grandson? What does he see?
That's my granddaughter there.
Granddaughter, what does she see?
She's pointing out right here, seeing that she sees something right in here. Like an eye,
Yeah.
nose, mouth here. You see it? That's what she's pointing at.
Uh-huh.
You see it? It'd be like the forehead here. Here's an eye. Here's an eye. Here's the nose. And then the mouth thing here. I see that one. I don't know, man. It's just too freaky. I don't know what this box is. It's just insane, man. Or never saw that before. I don't know if it was. My wife said it wasn't on the original picture. It just came. It just happened to come on there. I don't know. I've never noticed. I can't say one way or the other if it was or not. But here's. I tell you what. I looked at this photo 100 times and I never noticed it, man. I mean, before. I don't know how I couldn't have seen it. I'll show it to you again. There, you can see it. It's right there. Even that little speck, you can see it. Now you can see it for sure. It looks like something shiny there. I've never noticed that. Like it wasn't there before. Yeah, here it is.
I got a question.
Yeah.
Was it just the leaves that moved back, or was it also the trunk of the tree that moved? Like did the tree arch itself?
I'm not sure. I'm not sure. Just the leaves, as far as I know. Let me see. Let me show you one. Let me see. Okay, so. So this is the original. And you can see the leaves are pushed back. Now, the reason I know that these leaves were laying on this rock, because I wrote that name there. It's like chalk. And I couldn't reach up any farther because of the leaves and the trees were in my way. So I actually kind of bent my knees down and bent down to write this. Because it was under those branches that were all laying on this rock, man. It's just like this light is pushing them back off the rock. And let me show you. Let me see. This is when, this is when it moved. The still picture moved. My wife and I both saw that happen. Lou said he saw it happen too.
Oh, I believe you for sure.
There was like 7 people that saw it. I didn't have this photo. We extracted this off of Lou's video, that second video interview he did of me. He extracted this off of that and sent it to me. I didn't have this video. And so the video I had was the one I just showed you. And all of a sudden, here's this one. Look, the light has moved forward. See that notch? It's on the other side of this notch. It was over here, remember? Then you had that writing up here. Well, you can't see that writing at all now. No matter what, I can blow it up all day long and you won't see it. Look at the leaves. They're a lot more wider, and they're pushed even farther away. I think because of I guess the light got closer. This happened. We saw it in a still picture. The light moved forward. It became animated and moved across the front of that rock and got expanded bigger, and then it froze. It's the craziest thing. Who's ever heard of something like that happening, man? Come on. That's a miracle. It's got to be a miracle. So let's look at this one more time. There's that finger coming down here, drawing this letter. Look at that. So, I mean, the light is almost blinding. It's a picture, and I can't even keep my eyes on it. I got to turn my head from it. It's so bright. But yes, you can see the purple right in here.
Mm-hmm.
And the purple, that's telling us that this is on the outside of that rock. So I used to think that this was a crack in the rock, and the light was just shining through it. But a couple of days ago, this guy over here pointed it out to me, and I said, "You're right. This is going over top of this rock, the surface of this rock, and he said it looks like a hand reaching out and grabbing it. And the more I looked at it, I said, "Wow, you know what? This right here looks like the Hebrew, Paleo-Hebrew, the Sadia, the TS, for righteousness. I mean, it looks identical, man. I mean, you can't even miss this one. Even I can see this one. Man. You guys got this card? Right there it is. See the TS? Look at the little flagpole with the banner on it. You see it? See it? Straight line with a little banner, like a little flag on the top there. That's a dia there. That's what that is. All right, here's the flagpole. Here's the little banner. And look how thin it is. It's like this finger reaches out, draws this. There's this little loop here and comes back like that. This means righteousness. The only one that's righteous is Yahuwah. He must be telling us this is him. He's drawn the symbol for righteousness in Paleo Hebrew to boot. It's crazy. I don't know why he did this. I don't know if it's a loop-de-loop or he's just coming back up going like that, but maybe just to let us know. Yeah, he drew it, Mm-hmm. It almost looks like water, doesn't it? Like living water flowing down the stone, and then until this happens, it's flowing vertically upward, making this letter, Hebrew letter. It's mind blowing, man. So, any more questions? Look at it through solar eclipse glasses. I do have some. I don't know where they're at, though. You guys know where them things are? I do. We'll grab one. Let's do it. John says, look at it through solar eclipse glasses. It's pretty bright. It really is. Let me see. Where is that? That would be, I think it's this one. Let's show it to you in perspective here. And this might be the best one to just put it in perspective so you can really see what's happening here. Okay. All right, so you can see the covenant stone here. The tree. See the branches laying all over this tree? I couldn't get, I had to get up on this rock here. When I did that, I couldn't, these branches were hitting me in the head. So I had to kind of duck down this rock. And I wrote that name right there. See how small it is? It's really not that big. It's right there on the side of the rock right here. That's the name. Underneath them branches. You put it in perspective. This tree over here, where you can just see these branches, is where that box is at. You can see how close we are to it. Very small area here, man. All right, let's look through it through the glasses, see what happens. Where was it? There it is. Probably nothing, but we'll see. Quiet resize. All right. Oh, you gotta be kidding me, man! What? You gotta be kidding! I can't see a thing. Ain't nothing there, man. I can't see nothing. Okay. All right, man. Any other thoughts, comments, questions, requests? Kind of hard to believe all this, isn't it? Should be on my end of it. Thoughts, comments, questions? Any more? Ross, you wanted to see how close that trunk was to the rock?
Yeah, I wanted to see if it was bent some, because in that picture it wasn't bent, and I kind of felt like it was going to be kind of bending backwards.
Yeah. No. It's kind of bent. Let me see. Let's see if I got one here. Hang on a minute. Yeah, here's one. You can kind of see it. So this is just a random picture I took off the internet. Okay, this was somebody else's photo here of it. So this is in the winter, so you can really see the trunk, a lot better here. There you go. There it is. See it? So see what I mean? It kind of bends there.
Yeah.
Kind of goes like that.
Yeah. I was just meaning like as if it was reacting to the light,
No.
the
trunk
presence of the Father. Yeah.
Not that I can tell. Mostly the leaves.
But I bet you if you were a distance away from it, you would have seen that the tree would have bent.
See it. I didn't see it at all. So I couldn't tell you, man.
Because the amount of how the leaves had reacted, I think the trunk would have reacted just as much.
Yeah.
To pull it back.
Yeah. I can't say one way or the other because I didn't see it. I'm just going by what you're saying, the pictures.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? My wife never said anything about it. She's the main witness to all this.
Yeah.
And Sophie was only 6 years old at the time, 3 years ago. So she's kind of sketchy right now in her head. Let me blow this up so you can see it better. Okay, so there we have it. That's probably the best picture we have of the tree on the rock. So you can see right here behind me here, right here.
Yeah.
So I'm holding that metal detector still. We just came down. Matter of fact, he can't come down That's why he's still standing on these rocks, because I'm standing here. There's just a real small area here. So he can't come down off the rocks yet until I move, you know. That's why he's up on them rocks. But you can see right here behind my arm, you can see the trunk coming at that angle and then going up. And then look at see all these leaves here. They're all over this tree. They're all laying on the top of the tree here, the top of the rock, all of them.
Yeah.
You can see they're touching it. I'll blow it up some more.
Yeah.
See, there's Yahuwah. I mean, it's small. I'm blowing this picture up big time right now, man. So you can see it. See, I'm blowing it up.
Yeah.
There. So you can see the leaves are right up against here, all the way up. Right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Can I see anything weird on here? Except for this thing. Look at this. Look at this face. That's a weird looking thing, man.
Well, there's faces on the rock too. Right now that I'm seeing.
Where at? Right here?
Where that white stuff, white or it's got lines around. Right, you just had it right there, above, right. No, not there. There, around there.
Yeah.
But I don't know what that is.
I don't know. There, I did see some really weird stuff here. How'd that happen? I don't know how I did that. That's just too weird. How'd that happen? Oh, here?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I got
That
you.
just extends the whole thing.
Oh, okay. See, he's smart. I'm dumb. If I have any problems, I just call him. He fixes them for me.
The one where to go get the mail.
Venus, do you have a
I
question?
mean, real slow. What's that?
Venus has a question.
Venus, what's up, Ma? What's up?
What's
Cool
Casey
man.
doing in the photo?
Cool people.
He looks like he's smelling his armpit.
What'd he say?
What's Casey doing in the photo?
Are you saying I look like a weirdo? Is that what you said?
He's talking about me in the photo.
Oh, he was 3 years ago. He was only 9. He was 9. She was 6. Yeah, you be careful. Let me see. I was going to show y'all something else. What was it? Yeah, where is it? I think it's on. I got one that there's some weird stuff on these rocks. So where is it? Oh, here it is. I think. No, that's not it. Where is it? No. No, that's not it. I can't find it now. Which one is that? No. Huh. I got one here. It's got some weird stuff on rocks that I noticed, but I can't. I don't know which one it is. No. Well, I guess we're not going to look at that one. I can't find it. No. That's just too weird, man. I don't know. Let me show you this one. This one's kind of cool. Watch this. Look at this picture, man. Okay, so you can see that. Here's again the leaves and the branches on the tree on the rock, right? Look at here. Look at these like stone tablets here. They're perfectly flat. See that one right there? And look how flat that is right there. These are like stone tablets here, man. It's just really weird, huh? The whole rock is like a big stone slab. It's like it's slabby looking anyway, but I just thought these stone tablets here, the 1, 2, 4, 5 of them, were kind of weird. Is that crazy?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
What?
It looks like there's a chicken.
A what?
A chicken.
Chicken? Come on now, you're going nuts on me now.
I'm not.
Where's it at?
Right there. But it's a rock.
A chicken?
Yeah.
Right here?
Yeah.
Oh, I don't know. I guess she says there's a chicken.
Face, tail.
Okay. There's a chicken there. Bark, 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 bark. There's a chicken. Now look at those tablets, man. They're weird as heck, ain't it? Look at that. Odd. You got these. Yeah, you could probably pull these apart. Pull this one off of here and just write right. You write right on there. 10 Commandments, I bet you. It's weird, ain't it? Look how smooth that is. That one right there. That's how smooth these tablets are. There's a lot of those slabs like that out there. Flat like that. Wow, huh? Anything else I want to say?
How about we talk about Speedy?
Speedy gonna get a whooping. What Speedy gonna get? You don't quit eating them mice. I'm gonna get old Speedy and whoop his butt. He keeps eating them mice and them pork chops. Anybody else? Thoughts, comments, questions? Anything at all you want to say? Nothing? Anybody got any questions for Speedy? How about Sandra? Oh, go ahead, Talita.
Venus and Ishel have something to say.
You guys got questions for Speedy?
Yeah. Why does he eat rats and mice? Why does he eat mice?
Why does he what?
Eat mice.
Let me ask him. Speedy, why you eating mice? He said because he's a pagan. He said that's what pagans do. Anybody else got any questions for Speedy?
No. But does Speedy have questions for them?
I guess Speedy's got a question for you. What is it, Speedy? He says, why do you call the Messiah by a false name when his real name's the J-Man? He wants to know. He said his name's the J-Man. Why are you calling him by a weird name? It sounds like a Hebrew name. He wants to know. Anybody going to answer Speedy's question? Go ahead. Answer his question.
Because that's the true name.
She said it's your true name. He ain't answering. I think you blew his mind. Go ahead, Phyllis.
Ask him what's going to happen to him during the destruction when Yahushua comes back.
What's going to happen to you during the tribulation there, Speedy? He said nothing because he's going to hide in a hole in the mountains and they ain't going to be able to get him. Boy, these pagans got some weird ideas, don't they? Anybody else? Y'all done? All right. Going once. Going twice. We're gone. Take us out of here, Joe.
Yahuwah bless you and guard you. Yahuwah make his face shine upon you and show favor to you. Yahuwah lift up his face upon you and give you peace. Thus they shall put my name on the children of Israel, and I myself shall bless them.
Ruka Baba
Hallelujah.
Ushanu.
I see
Hi,
you.
Sophie.
Hey, Ron. Ron.
Is Case in there with you, Sophie, or no? Tell him we say hi. Tell Case and we also say hello.
She wants to show you Speedy's buddy. The Cyclops.
That's so funny.
Oh, Speedy. I'm going to have a long talk with that boy.
See you, kids.
Yes, we love you guys.
Love you.
Love you
Miss
again.
y'all. See you, Sandra.
E-Reptile, love you.
Love you too. See you.
Bye.
Bye.
Hey, the little man's waving.
Yeah, that's Mikael.
Michael! Michael! Michael!
There you go.
Michael!
Love you guys.
I love you.
Michael! Michael! Vámonos! Vámonos!